You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes one free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey sports fans, The Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
At Shell, we know from the time you get up to the time you wrap up,
good night,
there's a lot of meetups, eat-ups, and hurry-ups. So come to Shell and get 3 things done at once. Fill up with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus to help keep your engine running like new. Save up with the Fuel Rewards program and never pay full price for gas again. And snack up with in-store rewards to save even more at the pump. Make the most of the stop you need to make with Shell and engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline. See full terms and conditions at fuelrewards.com.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves and bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
Winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Hey, sports fans. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Major League Baseball for Friday, we got a full slate, and it all begins with Braves Bluejays, 7:07 first pitch. Spencer Strider night in Toronto. We'll face an old nemesis, Chris Bassett. He's 4-2 with a 4.28 ERA. Phillies are at the Rockies at 8:40. Taijuan Walker and Austin Gomber. Walker, 5.97 ERA. Gomber with the 6.75. And the Mets are at the Nationals. Tyler McGill versus Mackenzie Gore. Gore with the 3.65 ERA. He's 3-2 on the year. McGill 3-2 as well with a 4.33 ERA. Reds and Marlins 6:40. Ashcraft versus Perez. Mariners and Tigers 6:40 as well. Gonzalez up against Boyd. And the Pirates and Orioles, two teams who have exceeded expectations, 21-17 for Pittsburgh, 24-13 for Baltimore. It'll be Oviedo versus Bradish. Rays and Yankees at it again, 7:05 Eastern. Fleming versus Garrett Cole. Angels are at the Guardians, Anderson and Allen. Wainwright and the Cardinals head to Boston to take on the Red Sox and John Paxton. Drew Smyly and the Chicago Cubs are in Minnesota to battle the Twins in Sonny Gray. Astros and White Sox, France versus Kepik. Royals and Brewers, 8:10 Eastern. Corbin Burns on the hill for the Brew Crew. Giants and Diamondbacks at 9:40. Ross Stripling versus Nelson. And the Rangers and A's, they're at 9:40 as well. Martin Perez versus Waldachuk. While the Padres are at the Dodgers on MLB Network, Blake Snell versus Dustin May. New York Knicks are at the Miami Heat. Game number 6. The Heat are a 5.5-point favorite. 208.5 is the over-under. While the Warriors and Lakers, game number 6. LA trying to knock out the champs. The Lakers are a 2-point favorite. Over-under 221. And a doubleheader on TNT. Panthers at Maple Leafs. Maple Leafs trying to rally at home. Down 3-1. They took game 4. Can they do it again? Toronto minus 178 on the money line. 6.5 is the over-under. The Oilers and Golden Knights, Edmonton, minus 130 on the road. Over-under is 7. The National Football League released their schedule yesterday. Here's a couple of highlights looking at the upcoming 2023 season. Christmas Day, a triple header. Raiders, Chiefs, Eagles, Giants, and the Ravens versus the 49ers on the nightcap. Thanksgiving, we'll have the Packers, Lions, and Cowboys and Commanders, with the 49ers and Seahawks ending the evening. Your Monday Night Football schedule, some of your better games, Week 1, Buffalo versus the Jets, Packers and Raiders in Week 5, Cowboys and Chargers, Week 6, while the 49ers travel to Minnesota in Week 7. Chargers are at the Jets in Week 9, Bengals and Jaguars Week 13. And Week 16, the Baltimore Ravens are in San Fran. While your Thursday night football slate looks like this. Week 2, Vikings at the Eagles, Jags at the Saints in Week 7, Titans in Pittsburgh in Week 9. The Bengals will travel to Baltimore for Week 11, Chargers and Ravens Week 15, while Aaron Rodgers versus Deshaun Watson in Week 17. And the Sunday night football clashes are highlighted by Week 1, Cowboys are at the New York Giants. Week 4, Kansas City versus Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. Cowboys and Niners renew their rivalry in Week 5, while the Bills and Bengals clash in Week 9. Aaron Rodgers versus Jimmy G in Week 10. Week 14, Philly at the Dallas Cowboys. Week 15, Baltimore's in Jacksonville. And the final one scheduled for 17 is Green Bay in Minnesota. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Mama Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pump. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station. The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
Listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/at Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. Sunday is Mother's Day. Sunday is Mother's Day. Repeat that to yourself. Do something about it now. Sunday is Mother's Day.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man with a cool one in his head. Yeah, the armchair.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? I am excited for a big series with the Toronto Bluejays. We are going to get into that right now. Get you ready for game number 1. Braves versus Blue Jays north of the border, as Atlanta will send Spencer Strider to the mound tonight. And we're going to see an old friend on the mound on the other side, Chris Bassett. Remember him? I'm sure he remembers us. We pounded the hell out of him when he was with the Mets, and most remembered for that final series that took place in Atlanta, where Atlanta just absolutely ambushed the entire pitching staff of the New York Mets. He's now with Toronto, signed a long-term deal up there, and we're going to see him tonight with Strider. Should have a good opportunity to start this series off on a bang. The Braves have hit him well, and I would suspect that we're going to get a fairly good offensive output tonight. And then, of course, with Strider on the mound, you expect strikeouts galore, especially with this offense of the Toronto Blue Jays. The Blue Jays, they can hit with the best of them, but they do strike out. Now, career versus Chris Bassett, if you're wanting to know that and where we are with that right now, going into tonight's game, looking at the lineup real quick, it looks like this. So you got Acuna, who is 2 for 6 lifetime against Bassett. He's batting .333. Olsen is 1 for 6 against Bassett. So just a 167 clip. And then you have down the line Riley, 3 for 7, 429, a home run, an RBI, a K. Sean Murphy, 2 for 3. Rosario's 3 for 7. Ozzie Albies is 1 for 3. Darnode, 3 for 5. He's in the lineup tonight. Tonight he's the designated hitter, so it kind of shows you where they're going with the mindset. And Harris is the center fielder tonight. He's 0 for 3 lifetime with 2 strikeouts. So he didn't fare too well. But how about Arcia? 3 for 3 versus Bassett. So we'll see how that plays out tonight. But what you have with Acuna is he'll be leading off tonight with Olsen, Riley, and Murphy. None of that's changed. Rosario batting 5th against a right-hander. That hasn't changed. Ozzie hitting 6th. That hasn't changed. And then they're sliding Darnode in there at the 7th spot. Recently, it has been Darnode. Sometimes they'll throw Ozuna there. So we'll see how that plays out over the weekend. But Harris is in the 8th spot, and then Arcia in the 9th spot. And that's where they've pretty much been going for the majority of it. And Bassett is 4-2 with a 4.28 ERA. So not a terrible job. He's got a 1.23 whip. He's given up 6 home runs. In 40 innings, he's struck out 33. He's walked 20, though. So if they can, I would prefer Strider's walk total to be down a little bit, and he's only walked 14 over 40 innings. Now, what you get with Strider's is you get the strikeout, so you kind of live and die by the sword. And Strider's got 67 strikeouts over 40 innings. You think about that, that's incredible. 67 strikeouts over 40 innings. He's got 14 walks, given up in just 2 home runs. This is a stadium, if you're not familiar with it, this stadium in Toronto, the ball flies. And I would suspect we're going to get high-scoring games this entire weekend, which can be a lot of fun, but it can be very taxing for your bullpen as well. And we'll leave this particular series, a 3-game series. So we got tonight, we got tomorrow afternoon. It's a 3:07 first pitch, kind of a middle of the day type game. And then 1:37 on Sunday. We're going to carry all 3 games right here on Braves Country HD. But when you get a 3-game series like this, it's a good thing to have had the day off, because there's a good chance that we're going to have to go deep into the bullpen. the bullpen could get taxed, and then we go straight from Toronto over to Texas with no day off. And so that could be a rough go of it. We got 6 games here, and you got to realize when you're watching these games and you're seeing the moves that Snicker's making over the course of each ball game, he's not just thinking about what's going on right in front of us. I know as fans, we get caught up in I want to get that W tonight. Let's not worry about tomorrow. I want to get the W tonight. He's worried about the whole 9 yards, the big picture. If he goes aggressive on one game, then that means that he has to kind of let it fly on the other. And I think a lot of times what he does with this, I think he goes in pretty open-minded going into a series like this, but you just kind of see where the starting pitchers are going. And let's assume Strider goes out and has a good game tonight, and the offense is clicking, and we're in the game. He'll be aggressive. He'll try to get that first win. But if you have a starter in this series that spits the bit, sometimes these guys have to take one for the team. It's a 162 game schedule, and especially when you got a 7.5 game lead in the division, that plays into it as well. You're not going to mortgage the future for one ball game, especially when you have a healthy lead. He had to be a little more aggressive last summer when we got down 10.5 games. Now we're on the other side of it. Now, look, I'm the first one to tell you, I don't want to see him get complacent. Last thing I want to see is, oh, everything's going fine. Let's just go ahead and cruise on in here and get our dubs, and let's not worry about it because everything is going fine in Braves country, and we're going to go out there and we're going to do this or we're going to do that, and we're going to mash, and I'm not worried about anything. No, I don't want to see any of that. I want to see an aggressive mindset, but you do realize that if you have a game in this series that doesn't go the way you expect it to from the outset, there could be a game in this series or in the next series, because you got 6 games on the road in 2 offensive, not just 2 stadiums that put out a lot of offense, but you got 2 lineups that put out a lot of offense in Texas and in Toronto, the first of 3 tonight. Tomorrow, as we take a look at the entire series real quick, tomorrow it's going to be Bryce Elder versus Berrios. And Berrios has been up and down. What's been interesting about Berrios is that he tends to struggle at home. So hopefully that continues and Atlanta can put some runs up on Berrios tomorrow. Elder versus Berrios, that's the 3:07 to start. And then Sunday, the Braves have yet to announce a starter. And I think you could decipher what's going on, and the only reason why I say that is you got to make it through customs. So it's not like just bringing some guy up from Gwinnett, tell him to meet you over in St. Louis real quick. He's got to get through customs. So it's got to be thought out. So I haven't seen any reports, but it'll be interesting to see where they go with that. If they do go with another bullpen game, and it is a possibility, they'll be going up against Kikuchi, who's actually pitched pretty well. He's 5-0, the 3.35 ERA. I've never been thoroughly impressed with this stuff. I've always thought that he was a very hittable pitcher. But, hey, he's off to a good start, so you can't knock that. If we do go with the bullpen game there, then maybe we see Dylan Dodd on Tuesday. Because as it stands right now, it's supposed to be Strider today, Elder tomorrow, and then on Monday is when we will see Charlie Morton. And Dylan Dodd would be available to come back off the being sent down on the 10 days. He would be available on Tuesday. So that could be where they go, is bullpen on Sunday. And on Tuesday, you get that. As far as the Soroka thing goes, He spit the bed again last night. He was, I mean, when I say bad, I don't even know if that even really describes it. And by the way, in that Texas series, we're going to have to face Nathan Eovaldi. And Eovaldi was cooking again last night. He's been really good past couple of past several outings. He's got a 28 inning scoreless streak going on right now. So hopefully we can crack into that. And if you're not familiar with Eovaldi, he was a mainstay on the Boston Red Sox. Before that, he pitched with the Tampa Bay Rays and whatnot, but he's a grinder. He's a gritty pitcher. And even with not being on a 28 inning scoreless streak, he's a tough customer to begin with. So by no stretch of the imagination is that Texas series going to be an easy one. By the way, tonight, if you're able to catch any of it, Smith-Shawver, AJ Smith-Shawver, he is going to the mound tonight for AA Mississippi. He is regarded as the Braves' top prospect by Baseball America. He's a 20-year-old kid, 6'3", 206 from Fort Worth. We drafted him in the 2021 draft in the 7th round. And I'll be interested to see how he pans out tonight. Obviously, I'll be doing the game during his appearance, but I do have the MLB package, and I'm planning on watching that this evening after our game because I'm really curious to see how this kid pans out tonight. So he's gonna get out there and get the ball. And look, stranger things have happened. I don't expect him to make it all the way to the major leagues this year, but if you keep getting what we've been getting from Soroka, I mean, you just listen to this. On Thursday, he exited after 73 pitches. Now, his previous starts, he has pitched he had one where he went 91, but he's pretty much been under 70 pitches, between 60 and 70 pitches. Okay. And he's not been impressive, Mike Soroka. He, in fact, I mean, if he didn't have the name that he had prior to all this, he wouldn't be on anybody's radar. So he went up against Nashville last night for AAA Gwinnett. And they said that here's how his first inning went. A walk, a single, a strikeout. All right. A 3-run home run by Keston Hiura. And if you're not familiar with who Hiura is, he played for the Milwaukee Brewers, middle infielder. He's a decent hitter over the years, but he's not a guy that you fear. And then he gave up a double, a walk, and a pop-out. 32 pitches, 19 strikes in that inning, and the 3-run home run. Now, the rest of the outing, he pitched pretty well, 3 innings. And he finished with 4 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs, 2 walks, 3 Ks, and the home run. He's got a 5.47 ERA in 6 starts. A 5.47 ERA in 6 starts. I mean, I don't know how you come back from that. A 5.47 ERA from 6 starts, and people keep wanting to know, when is Soroka going to do big time Soroka type things? And I just don't think it's possible to expect him to all of a sudden start making really big time outings up in the major leagues when he has been awful in the minors. I mean, awful in the minors. So I just don't really see how in the world any of this is even realistic going forward, because at this point, what you're looking at for Soroka is I'm looking at a guy that I've talked about this before. I think it's more realistic that he starts in the bullpen. And he goes from that bullpen and he ends up, we'll say, two innings, maybe 3. And then you figure out from there what he could do. But at this point, there's just no way I can't sit here and look at Mike Soroka and call him a starter on a team who's legitimately trying to not just make the playoffs, but make a run at the World Series and say, okay, well, 5.47 ERA after a big sample size, that's going to get it done. That's going to get it done in the major leagues. It's unrealistic right now. And each time that I've kept up with him, I've seen a couple of his outings. He hasn't really looked all that impressive. Honestly, I'd rather take the chance with Dodd. I'd rather see Soroka develop himself more and get back to wherever he was, because none of us are the coaches down there. None of us are the hitting instructors, pitching instructors, the managers down there. And we don't know what's holding him back. Why is he struggling, right? I say just forget about Soroka. The pipe dreams. Put this Soroka pipe dream in the same area that you put that pipe dream about trading Marcell Ozuna away for some kind of key piece that's going to get us over the hump. Neither one is happening. Get your head out of your ass and let's go. Let's look at the fact that we've got a pretty darn good team. We've got some good young kids that can come in and step in and do some things. Look, I still think Dylan Dodd has got the ability to be a hell of a contributor. I haven't even necessarily given up on Schuster, but I'd have to see another run from him again. He had the one good outing and then So I know that he looks really, really impressive in spring training. But once again, you can't really go off the spring training numbers because they're just not accurate. The spring training numbers are just absolutely terrible. You look at a guy who's doing well in spring training, and you don't know if the hitters have decided, well, I'm going to just try to swing at the first pitch today, or today I'm going to work on taking the first 2 strikes. So there's all kinds of things that go on from the hitter side along from the pitcher side. You can't go off the spring training. So when we look at what could be available going forward, I'm looking at Dodd, possibly Schuster. There's a couple other kids down there, but I'm not going to get overly excited about. And if we can spell the other 2 slots that obviously are missing right now with Dodd and with maybe a Schuster, maybe it's a bullpen game here and there when we get the break in the schedule. We're going to run 4 men, but that's not going to happen for very often in the near future because they got that long stretch where it's like 13 games in a row coming up. But just find a way to get through, and then hopefully in the very near future, we start seeing some positive news on Kyle Wright coming back and Max Fried coming back. I got a funny feeling that it's going to be Fried before Wright, even though Wright went down first, because Wright, this is his second time getting injured. this spring, I just think they're going to treat them with kid gloves. And then at some point, you're going to see an opportunity by Anthopoulos to maybe make it's going to be a minor move, though. We're not bringing in Justin Verlander. Okay, we're not going to bring in some Cy Young Award winner, because they're still going to feel like that when we hit the playoffs, it's going to be Fried, it's going to be Strider, and they hope Kyle Wright, but if not, Charlie Morton and maybe some Elder that's going to get us there. If they make a move between now and the trading deadline, before we hit the actual trading deadline, I think what you're going to be looking at, to be honest with you, is you're going to be looking at a guy that we're going to get in a trade, and you're not going to be that thrilled. You go, all right, we'll see what he can do, and you hope to get a handful of starts that doesn't just murder your bullpen. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a break. When we come back, Bobby will be joining us, and we are going to be talking some National Football League and get into a little NBA and, of course, Major League Baseball. Tones is on the way. We're going to be talking about cool games of the upcoming 2023 NFL season. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country and Braves Country HD, wherever you stream.
Well, don't mind me. I'm just here to install this smoke detector.
Smoke detector? Does that detect any kind of smoke?
Long live the king.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State! Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence, a lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson.
Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy, and Trevor Lawrence knows, throw it up against that single coverage, give him a chance to make a play on a 50-50 ball.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m. Drive time on WQEE. Welcome back. Joining us today, like every Friday, is Mr. Bobby. Bobby, how about them Suns, man?
Man, not what I expected to see out of them. I thought they were 8-0 with KD in the regular season, and then they get bounced in the second round. Just not what I expected.
Never, ever, ever doubt the Joker, baby. Joker's there.
Hey, man, look, we were doubting him. You can't deny that either. We were doubting him hard.
He still looks incredibly slow to me every time I see him.
What was it?
I got to where I'm starting pulling for him because of the stuff that was said by Kendrick Perkins. That's, so you can't help but not pull for him at that point because you're like, what a jerk.
That's fair.
I started watching that series quite a bit. Now, I had not watched, I would be lying to you if I said I'd watched a bunch of Denver Nuggets basketball during the regular season. Hell, they normally come on at 10:30 at night. But I watched that series. Of the 6 games, I watched 5 of them pretty intently. And I am very impressed by that entire squad. And I'm telling you right now, I would be shocked if they don't win the NBA title. Because they're going to get there. Whoever they play between, I mean, this is just turning into a geriatric ward over here with the Lakers and Golden State. Hopefully that ends tonight.
Yeah.
I want to see the Lakers go on. I want to see Golden State. There's something about watching Draymond Green have to eat a bunch of words is kind of nice.
It is.
You know, I'm not a LeBron guy, but I'm pulling for them to get there. And then I really believe that Denver's going to dust them.
I wouldn't be shocked by it,
but I think it's 5.
I've underestimated the Lakers all playoffs. I did not think they were going to get past the Grizzlies. They did that in 6. I thought they'd have a tougher time with the Warriors, but they were up 3-1. Now they're headed to a game 6. I don't think they'll get past the Nuggets tonight,
right?
What?
They better win tonight because if they let that thing go back to San Fran, I don't like their chances.
Well, that Corgi's going to be right if they win tonight. If the Warriors do.
Who?
The Corgi. Have you seen that video?
No.
Oh, there's this video of this dog that'll like bite a basketball toy and it'll shoot into one of the hoops. And it basically had predicted how the series would play out. And he's been like 5 for 5 so far.
Okay, so it's like a TikTok video or something.
Oh yeah, and it's been viral. Like everybody's been talking about it. So if the Warriors come back and win that series, that Corgi is going to be the most hated dog in Los Angeles.
Oh, I mean, if you put that much stock into what a dog bites, I mean, there's a lot of things that should have won a lot of championships, got nothing to do with sports, that I can tell you about that my dog tears up. The other series tonight, Miami, the Knicks in Miami. I would be utterly shocked if the Heat do not dust them. And I mean,
I'm with you there.
I mean, pound them.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as you.
Beat them by 20.
Mm-hmm. Heat are a great team. They're not at the usual 8 seed. They are a great team. I think they handle the Knicks tonight.
Right? Like I could see a Miami versus Denver.
It wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me at all, especially with the trouble that the Sixers are giving the Celtics right now. That Celtics team's beatable. So, and if the Sixers team goes on, I think if it's Sixers Heat, I think the Heat march to the finals pretty easily. If it's Celtics Heat, I think the Heat have a little bit more trouble, but that's the series they could still win.
I contend that Boston is soft because of Missoula. I believe Missoula's got a lot to do with it. He does not have the same grit that this team had just a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing that has really changed is the coaching staff.
Yeah.
Or, excuse me, the head coach. So I don't know if he's not a leader. You know, I'm not in these locker rooms. I don't know what's going on. But I just know that I don't see the defensive intensity that was the thing about Boston the last couple of years. It was damn near impossible to go on a long run on them because their defense would just shut you down.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with that being said, they won a game on the road in Philly, and Jason Tatum stunk. He absolutely just smelled the joint up. He hit his last 3 shots and finished 5 of 21 for shooting.
Mm.
That tells you how damn bad he was at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
So everything that I just said about Missoula, and he sucks, and I think he's soft, and I wouldn't be against firing him. That's how unimpressed I am by him.
Mm.
They're gonna win Sunday.
I'm with you there. I think they will too.
Jason Tatum is not going to go 5 for 21 shooting.
No.
They are going to come out on fire, and I would be shocked if that's even a competitive game in the fourth.
I agree with you on that.
So What I'm interested in seeing, have they? I checked it last night, but I did not check it this morning, and I'm curious. Have they announced what time that game's going to be? Because it still said TBD. I didn't know if they were waiting to see how it shakes out tonight.
Yeah, I think I saw it just a few minutes ago when I was going through looking at the games. I think it's still to be dated.
There's still, it's still being waiting. It's a wait and see.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of crazy that the game's 2 days away. People are trying to make plans to either go to Boston or they live in Boston and they're going to the game, and they have no idea what time the game starts.
Yeah, that's
kind of goofy. I've got a bad feeling it's going to be like a 3:30 game.
That would suck. That would really suck. I'd hope that's a night game because I'm excited for that one.
But if you end up with Lakers and Warriors, they're going to give that.
Yeah, no question.
That already says it says TBD and it says ABC. So maybe that's the mid-afternoon game, and maybe they make the Celtics 76ers the night game. I don't know. It's an interesting one because I don't know if you care so much about which one goes first or which one goes second when you're talking about the on a Sunday game, right? If that was like a Monday or Tuesday night, you would definitely make sure that the Lakers and Warriors were the late tip. On a Sunday game, it may not matter.
Yeah, I mean Sunday's still a big day. It's Mother's Day, so it does make it a little bit more complicated.
I said that's the other pain in the ass about it. Is that it's Mother's Day, so you have to go around all that, and that's why I said I really, really hope it doesn't end up being a like a 3:30 tip, and then they do the second game at like 7 or whatever.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Anyways, moving on from that. You got the National Football League, the schedule result out. I told you to pick 3 games you're excited about for the Arizona Cardinals. I did the same for, what are we doing this time? We're going to do the Atlanta Falcons coming up in a bit, but the first one, I took the Jacksonville Jaguars, and then we're both going to kind of combine forces to pick the 3 games for Tennessee. So let's go ahead and get into the Arizona one. What you got?
Awesome. So the first one I have on my list is not because I'm terribly excited for this game. It's because this game will have major implications on the draft. It's Week 11 at Houston, playing the Texans. We have both of those picks, so that game is huge for the Cardinals. Personally, for me, I'm going to be rooting for whoever has the most wins because I want top pick, whether that be because we draft Caleb Williams or because we send that pick off for a haul, whatever that be. That game will have major implications on the draft. So that one's really important to me.
Okay.
And then the second one, I have Week 8 versus the Ravens. That's around the time that Kyler Murray is expected to be coming back if he does this season. So that could shape up to be a good quarterback matchup between him and Lamar Jackson. 2 very exciting quarterbacks, 2 quarterbacks that can get it done through the air and on the ground. So I'm looking forward to that one. And it's a home game for the Cardinals, so maybe there's an added boost there. We need as much help as we can get. So, yeah, that one I'm looking forward to. And then the third one I have down is Week 10 versus the Falcons. I had this one down because this is one of the only teams on our schedule that we're at a similar level with in regards to how good we are. So this could be one of the only competitive games this year. So any game like this that we can get, I'll be looking forward to.
I'm looking at y'all's schedule, and so if I'm an Arizona fan, the first game that I'm most excited about is Week 3 at the Rams. And the reason why is that's a team that seems like to be on the regression.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a litmus test of where you're at.
That's true.
And it's not saying that in Week 1 and Week 2 against the 49ers and the Bengals that you can't any given Sunday. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
But in Week 3, first of all, by Week 3, you kind of have your feet underneath you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you're saying Murray's not expected back till week 8?
They've said close to mid-season, so I'd expect week 8, maybe a little bit earlier. But I know they're not going to rush this with the state of how our team is.
If it's week 6 or week 7, that's the Browns or the Falcons, or I guess weeks. So you were talking about the Ravens. The Ravens are what, week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, never mind. I didn't miscount it. I don't know what I was looking at. I guess I didn't have it scrolled all the way down because the Niners and Bengals are week 4 and 5. So
Yeah.
I misspoke there. Oh, well then heck, the first week of the season playing the Commanders, I mean, you're kind of on the same level.
Yeah. And it's a week 1 game, like you mentioned.
You don't have your quarterback.
Yeah, that's the only problem is I'm more excited for games, obviously, where we have our quarterback healthy, and I'm looking forward to that. Say what you want about Kyler, but this team isn't anywhere near as exciting to watch without him out there. I'm more looking forward to the last half of the season when he's back. But that is a team that, we could beat. We could beat the Commanders. They're not very good. And with week 1, like you mentioned, any team can get caught in week 1. The Bears, who ended up getting the number 1 pick last year, they got the 49ers in week 1. They caught them on a bad day. So it can happen.
All right. Now, I took a look at the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they start off with the Colts, and that's great that that's a division game. But if they're hitting on all cylinders, they should beat that team. I'm sorry, but the Colts are not going to be any good.
No.
I don't know if AR-15 will be under center at that point.
It's hard to say.
I would say probably not. But either way, if the Jaguars are going to be taking serious contenders, you win week 1. You just do. So the first game I have circled is week 2 of the season. They are at home against the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm a little surprised this isn't at a better time slot. It's 1:00 Sunday game. A little surprised this isn't at least a late Sunday kickoff, like 4:25, right? But Chiefs, Jaguars in Jacksonville, that's a fun one. So that's the first one that I have circled for the Jacksonville Jaguars. The next one is, what week is that? December 4th against the Cincinnati Bengals. And that is a Monday night football game. That should be a lot of fun. I would be shocked if there's not a lot of hype for that game, considering how deep we'll be into the season. I think that is, I don't have the week numbers in front of me because that's not the way it's laid out. But what I'm looking at here is I think that's week 13. Yeah, week 13. Both teams, assuming health, you're going to have Trevor Lawrence versus Joe Burrow on a Monday night in Jacksonville. This town will be rocking. The other one that I have circled goes all the way back up to the board on the 8th of October, which, what is that, week 5? Yeah, week 5. Oh, across the pond, I think that's the one that's being played in Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Jaguars versus the Buffalo Bills. And I told Joey yesterday, I said, go ahead and mark it down. Go ahead and put your money down for it. The Jacksonville Jaguars will win that game. It is the second game in a row that they will be playing in England. They played the week before, and then they're going to stay over there and then take on the Bills. They played the week. I think the week before is against Atlanta. Yeah, it's against the Falcons. So I think you get a decided advantage, and we'll see. But I think you're going to get an advantage when you get to stay over there an extra week and get used to the times, the time zone and everything that goes into playing a game at 9:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
It would be even more of an advantage if they were playing a team from the West Coast. But there you have that. Pulled up some of these other games to take a look at the Thanksgiving matchups. Little disappointed. I thought they could have done a better job on the Thanksgiving matchups. I like the fact that you do have the traditional Green Bay versus Detroit, Washington versus Dallas. Those are cool.
Mm-hmm.
Seattle, San Francisco, though.
Yeah, considering they're not teams that usually play on Thanksgiving, you'd hope for a better matchup to round out the Thanksgiving games.
Well, just like give me a national matchup. Give me one that's not. I mean, both teams from the NFC West.
Yeah.
What the hell are we doing?
Mm-hmm. And on top of that, the two games prior to that are probably not going to be terribly close. So you'd hope for a better game to end it up.
I gotta see the Lions do it 2 years in a row.
That's fair. I can't blame you for that.
And I don't. Have we already poured dirt on the Green Bay Packers for 2023? Or are we giving Jordan Love like no chance?
I'll give him a shot, but I'm not terribly confident. I'm not terribly confident in him.
Okay, that sounds like you're pouring dirt on him.
I'll go ahead and do it then. If I'm wrong, I'll eat my words, but I'm not terribly confident in that team.
I have not been impressed by him. I will say that.
Mm-hmm.
And I would be flat out lying if I said that I had ever been impressed by him.
Yeah.
But at the same token, has he ever been the man? Has he ever gone into the season, offense directed around him every single week? He's getting first team reps. Not really. Normally when he steps in, it's in an emergency situation. So I've got to see what Jordan Love is. I've told myself I'm going to wait until at least week 8-ish before I just pour dirt on him and say, get him out of here.
You got more patience than I do. I'll give you that. And I think maybe the Packers have the right vision because they've done it before where they had Rodgers sitting behind Favre for a while. Maybe it works, and maybe I'm wrong. But what we have seen from Jordan Love hasn't given me a lot to be confident in.
No, I remember the game that he played. Was it 2 years ago that he goes to Kansas City, and we're hoping to see like a shootout, and it was the absolute dud.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
See, then you get the Christmas games announced. Most of these were trickling in, so we had an idea. So we get Vegas and KC. The mid-afternoon game, yeah, it's a division battle between Giants and Eagles, but I'm still a little concerned that they put the Giants on a lot of primetime games, and I don't know how good they're really going to be. I think they did it because it's New York. I don't think they do that. I don't think the Giants get as many primetime and standalone games as they get if they were sitting in Nashville, Tennessee. If they were in Jacksonville, Florida, if they were in Atlanta, Georgia, if they were in Tampa Bay, I think they are getting their, hey, we got to put the Giants on because it's New York City and they finally made the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get the late night game on late night 8:15. I mean, I don't know about you, but man, by 8:15 on Christmas, I'm damn near asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Ravens versus 49ers. It could be a fun one. I don't know if I care that. I don't know if it gets me excited as a fan. Now, if it's a couple teams, two teams with really good records, okay, then let's go. But I've got to see that to believe it because Baltimore has consistently disappointed over the last several years.
Yeah, and they're a team that late in the season they tend to fizzle out more often than not. So that game will come down to how good they're doing at that time.
Their $260 million man's never available.
Yeah, by about that time of the year, he's hurt.
He's usually like, I got an ankle issue. I gotta,
We'll see if that disappears though. Now that he's got the extension, maybe that won't happen anymore.
Do you really think that matters? I don't.
I don't know.
I think it's even more of a reason for him not to play. 'Cause he's like, well, I got to get my next extension. So here are the Thursday night games. Which ones jump out at you?
Let's see. Broncos Chiefs could be interesting if the Broncos are any good under Sean Payton. Bengals Ravens could be interesting. Good AFC North matchup right there. A lot of these seem to be pretty lopsided or just two bad teams. But, yeah, I'd say Broncos Chiefs I'm looking forward to, and then Bengals Ravens.
Minnesota Philly. I want to see Minnesota compete better than they did the first time that we saw it last year. I think that was a Monday night game. I think that kicked off Monday Night Football. Because of the factor that it could be two quarterbacks, could be a bit of, I don't know if a shootout is the right word. It might be more of a fun, entertaining game. Week 7, Jacksonville versus Derek Carr and the Saints. Kind of intrigued by that. I'm going to be intrigued on what Denver can bring to the party. I'm just not convinced that they're all of a sudden Russell Wilson is going to be Russell Wilson from 2017, and he's just going to be flinging it all over the place. I'm not convinced of that. The other one would be, Detroit Green Bay does intrigue me a little bit, because if Jordan Love is worth the crap, if he's skipping the ball all over the place, then Detroit's just going to go there and mash them.
Yeah.
From the rivalry aspect of it, New England Pittsburgh's a little intriguing, but that could be a dud by week 14.
Definitely. I don't think the Patriots will be in playoff contention by that point, or maybe they won't be eliminated, but it certainly won't look good. I could see the Steelers being solid, but still not two teams that I'm really amped to see.
They really do get the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
So going forward from that, what's the worst game on that slate to you?
Worst game on that slate. Let's see. Quality of two teams. I'm going to say Bears, Washington, Bears, Commanders. That game sucks. Saints, Rams sucks. Especially because I don't think the Rams are going to bounce back. I don't think they're going to have some miracle return to being a contender. And I'm not confident in Derek Carr at all either. So I think that game's going to suck. So those two games, the ones I'm least looking forward to.
I think the worst game to me on any of them, what are the Panthers and Bears doing on Thursday night, man? What the hell is that?
There's always a ton of just terrible Thursday night games. I mean, it's every year.
God, we're going to have to hear Al Michaels just complain left and right. That's pretty much all he does. All right?
I guess the only thing you could say that's exciting about that is, you get to see Bryce Young versus Fields, but and DJ Moore, I guess, playing his old team, but still two bad teams.
Well, I mean, but where are we at that point?
Yeah.
Right? Like with those two quarterbacks, Fields ought to be a little further along, but where the hell are we at with the rest of it?
Mm-hmm.
That's my only thing. All right, Monday Night Football. Now let's see if I'm hoping that we can see this okay. This one got kind of crammed together, so I might have to do it little by little.
Gotcha.
Let's do it this way. Here's the first, we'll say first 4 games. We'll cram in there. Give me your best matchup in the first 4.
In the first 4, my best matchup, I'll go with Bills-Jets. We get to see what Rodgers looks like week 1 with the Jets. That'll be, and he'll be going up against a tough team. Good secondary as well. Good defense. One of the top teams in the AFC, at least during the regular season. So that'll be a good test for Rodgers.
Say they dropped the ball, though. That's 9-11. That should have been Jets-Giants. Hey, what the hell are they doing? This is interesting to me right here, though. Week 2 and week 3, we get double headers. Back to back. 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock kickoff, or 7:15 and 8:15 kickoffs. So they're stacked. They used to never would have done that.
Mm-hmm.
So they're stacking them. That's interesting. I wonder how many of those we'll get going forward. The next batch, what's your favorite one? I think mine's San Fran versus Minnesota.
I was thinking the same thing, but if I had to choose a different one, I'd probably go Dallas and Chargers and the LA Chargers. I think that's an interesting matchup.
Then real quick, hit the 8 through 12.
I think this one's pretty easy to call.
Yeah, it's got to be Eagles Chiefs.
No question. Super Bowl rematch, two of the top teams in the league. I mean,
no way in hell you're convincing me that Denver is going to be relevant in Week 10.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Broncos, Bills, the rivalry's back. No, it's not. No, it's not. And then the last little bit, let's see here, get down to the bottom of the barrel. Which ones you got?
I'll go with Ravens 49ers on that one. I think the other matchups are either too lopsided or just not teams I'm interested in seeing.
We kind of ran out of time. Give me one game that you think the Titans, your best Titan matchup.
I'm going to go with deciding between two here, but I'll go with Week 18 versus the Jaguars. And I say that because if the Titans are any competitive next year and they have any shot at the playoffs, this game's going to be huge and potentially winning the AFC South. We saw it play out like that last year. And, you know, maybe a wild card spot if they don't win that game. But regardless, I think if they have any playoff hopes, this game's going to be crucial down the stretch.
The Cincinnati game and the Baltimore game are interesting, but on that same note, I'm going to give you Week 11 at Jacksonville. Because they're going to go to Jacksonville. They're going to find out what they got. They kind of got their butts handed to them both times last year to Jacksonville. So if they're going to have any, because I don't think they can win a wild card. The only shot they've got is to win the division. I don't think they're going to win the division. But if they're going to have a chance, that game in Jacksonville, Week 11, that's going to be enormous for the Titans.
Absolutely.
All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, Tones will join us, and we're going to talk about cool games for the entire NFL season. We're each picking a few ones that we are excited about. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country HD, YouTube, and 99.1 FM The Key. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Major League Baseball for Friday, we got a full slate, and it all begins with Braves Bluejays, 7:07 first pitch. Spencer Strider night in Toronto. We'll face an old nemesis, Chris Bassett. He's 4-2 with a 4.28 ERA. Phillies are at the Rockies at 8:40. Taijuan Walker and Austin Gomber. Walker 5.97 ERA. Gomber with the 6.75. And the Mets are at the Nationals. Tyler McGill versus Mackenzie Gore. Gore with the 3.65 ERA. He's 3-2 on the year. McGill 3-2 as well with a 4.33 ERA. Reds and Marlins 6:40. Ashcraft versus Perez. Mariners and Tigers 6:40 as well. Gonzalez up against Boyd. And the Pirates and Orioles, two teams who have exceeded expectations, 21-17 for Pittsburgh, 24-13 for Baltimore. It'll be Oviedo versus Bradish. Rays and Yankees at it again, 7:05 Eastern. Fleming versus Garrett Cole. Angels are at the Guardians. Anderson and Allen. Wainwright and the Cardinals head to Boston to take on the Red Sox and John Paxton. Drew Smyly and the Chicago Cubs are in Minnesota to battle the Twins in Sonny Gray. Astros and White Sox, France versus Kepik. Royals and Brewers, 8:10 Eastern. Corbin Burns on the hill for the Brew Crew. Giants and Diamondbacks at 9:40. Ross Stripling versus Nelson. And the Rangers and A's, they're at 9:40 as well. Martin Perez versus Waldachuk. While the Padres are at the Dodgers on MLB Network, Blake Snell versus Dustin May. New York Knicks are at the Miami Heat. Game number 6. The Heat are a 5.5-point favorite. 208.5 is the over-under. While the Warriors and Lakers, game number 6. LA trying to knock out the champs. The Lakers are a 2-point favorite. Over-under 221. And a doubleheader on TNT. Panthers at Maple Leafs. Maple Leafs trying to rally at home. Down 3-1. They took game 4. Can they do it again? Toronto minus 178 on the money line. 6.5 is the over-under. The Oilers and Golden Knights, Edmonton, minus 130 on the road. Over-under is 7. The National Football League released their schedule yesterday. Here's a couple of highlights looking at the upcoming 2023 season. Christmas Day, a triple header. Raiders, Chiefs, Eagles, Giants, and the Ravens versus the 49ers on the nightcap. Thanksgiving, we'll have the Packers, Lions, and Cowboys and Commanders, with the 49ers and Seahawks ending the evening. Your Monday Night Football schedule, some of your better games, Week 1, Buffalo versus the Jets, Packers and Raiders in Week 5, Cowboys and Chargers, Week 6, while the 49ers travel to Minnesota in Week 7. Chargers are at the Jets in Week 9, Bengals and Jaguars Week 13. And Week 16, the Baltimore Ravens are in San Fran. While your Thursday night football slate looks like this. Week 2, Vikings at the Eagles, Jags at the Saints in Week 7, Titans in Pittsburgh in Week 9. The Bengals will travel to Baltimore for Week 11, Chargers and Ravens Week 15, while Aaron Rodgers versus Deshaun Watson in Week 17. And the Sunday night football clashes are highlighted by Week 1, Cowboys are at the New York Giants. Week 4, Kansas City versus Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. Cowboys and Niners renew their rivalry in Week 5, while the Bills and Bengals clash in Week 9. Aaron Rodgers versus Jimmy G in Week 10. Week 14, Philly at the Dallas Cowboys. Week 15, Baltimore's in Jacksonville. And the final one scheduled for 17 is Green Bay in Minnesota. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
You don't like your job? You don't strike? You just go in every day and do it really half-assed. That's the American way.
Hey, sports fans. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Change approved.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com. greatcoursesplus.com.
Hockey season, and that means new merch over at ourdragonsmerch.com. Get the latest designs and some of our fun new souvenirs ahead of what's sure to be a great hockey season. Celebrate another season of River Dragons hockey by getting a new look to wear on game days, or surprise the big-time sports fan in your life with a new keepsake that will make them a River Dragons fan for life. Order online right now at ourdragonsmerch.com. That's the letter R, dragonsmerch.com. We'll see you at the rink.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m., drive time on WQEE.
The wives are all disgusted, and they're meeting in the yard on their way to where the numbers off our credit cards. He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beard.
Welcome back, Braves Country. And joining us is Tampa Tone. Tampa Tones, how the hell are you?
I'm good. I'm a little better than the Rays, who have some unfortunate breaking news as Drew Rasmussen has just been placed on the 60-day injured list with a flexor strain in his elbow. So that's a big blow to the Rays.
He just pitched last night, didn't he?
And he did really good. 7 shutout innings against the Yankees, and he's looked pretty dang good this year. And now that's Jeffrey Springs, Tyler Glasnow, and Drew Rasmussen all on the injured list for the Rays.
Glasnow is set to return in a rehab start Tuesday. So I guess there is some positive news there for the Tampa Bay Rays. Yeah, that's a tough one. He's been really good. Really good.
And as you said, he looked really good last night, so it doesn't make much sense how you can look that dominant at one night and then at the next day you have a 60-day injured list injury.
Well, it sounds like to me, would you say he went 7 innings?
Yes, sir. His exact stat line was 7 innings, 2 hits, no walks, no runs, 7 strikeouts.
Sounds like to me he should have went 6 innings.
Yeah. Maybe 5. Maybe 4. The reverse LeBron, maybe 5, maybe 4, maybe 3.
Maybe none.
Yeah, and my heart goes. Rasmussen's one of my favorite Rays, so that hurts a little bit, man. They're banged up. Pete Fairbanks, Rasmussen, Glasnow delayed. What the heck's going on down there?
It's called baseball, baby.
Yeah, well, it's called battered ball right now because they're all getting battered, man.
But you got to look at it. I mean,
they're deep enough pitching to overcome, though. You know, one thing with the Rays, they always...
I can't think of a team that's not beat up. And if they're not beat up, then they're probably not that good.
You ain't lying. But let's be honest, the Braves and the Rays, it seems like, get it worse than the brunt of the core do.
I mean, Atlanta's got, two of their big aces on the IL.
That's what I'm saying, the Rays and Braves.
There was a report today by John Heyman that says that Max Scherzer is saying that he's going to have to just manage this issue that he has with his neck the entire season. I mean, that sounds like to me they're going to shut him down before it's all said and done.
And I mean, that's kind of the Mets' own fault, right? When you just add guys because of their name and don't look at their age at a certain point. I'm not blaming the Mets, and I, kind of feel bad. But at the end of the day, when you get guys like Scherzer and Verlander who are that up there in age and have that many miles on their arms, you're asking for a couple of troubles down the road.
Yeah, I guess. I hate to see that ends up being why a team stinks is because someone can't go. I mean, this thing with Fried and Wright, they're both going to be out 2 months. And I know it'll be on us before you know it. Yeah. Every team's got to go through this. I feel like every year there's always a chunk of the season when you're like, how in the hell am I going to get out of this? Right.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, that's one of the reasons why the trade deadline sits where it sits, because when you're just about ready to give up, here comes the trade deadline. The problem is right now you can't make trades. I hear a lot of fans that want to make, oh, I want to do these trades and I want to do this and I want to do that. And I'm like, nobody wants to trade with you in the middle of May.
Especially with how
they have a chance. The only teams that are making trades, I saw the Oakland Athletics made another trade today. Because the Oakland Athletics gave up on the season about 6 months ago. And I don't think I want to make a trade with anything that the Oakland Athletics have on their roster.
Yeah, there's a difference in some teams, right? You look at teams like potentially the Reds or potentially the White Sox. They have some meat off the bone to scrape. When you look at the A's, it's like, all right, we're dining on a budget tonight.
So let's go ahead and get into the cool games. I'm interested to see where y'all go with this. We will give Bobby first pick on the cool games. We're each going to pick 3. And just going to be kind of curious to see where everybody goes with this. Bobby, what is your first cool game of 2023 for the National Football League?
My first cool game, I have one that we mentioned in the first segment. Week 11, Monday Night Football, Eagles versus Chiefs, 2 of the top teams in the league. Super Bowl rematch, obviously. Mahomes versus Hurts. There's so much to be excited about with this matchup. A lot of trash talk was had between those two teams after the Super Bowl match. So there's going to be a lot of bad blood there. And obviously, it's 2 of the best teams in the league. So it's going to be a great game.
All right, Tones, what is your first cool game?
I'm going with history for my cool game. I'm going with the first ever Black Friday NFL game we got on our hands. And if these quarterbacks are both healthy, it should be a doozy. You got Miami Dolphins at the New York Jets, and that game is 3:00 Eastern time on Black Friday for the first time ever. And what's interesting about this game more so, it better be a heck of a performance, because today a story broke where the Cincinnati Bengals actually contacted Amazon and said, hey, will you take us traditionally on Black Friday, kind of like the Cowboys are and kind of like the Lions are on Thanksgiving? Amazon looked at the Bengals and said, no, we won't. New York is a way bigger market. We're going to go with the Jets Dolphins. Thanks for your offer, but we're okay. So all eyes on this game, and if it'll be a good one on the first ever Black Friday, Week 12 NFL game. That's November.
Cincinnati contacted Amazon to see if they could be the Black Friday game every year, essentially.
Yes, sir. Like a traditionalist, like a Thanksgiving Lions or Cowboys.
Who the hell do the Bengals think they are, man?
Right? Like,
come on. Kind of lore.
Right?
I mean, let's be honest. The Lions fell back asswards into it in the 1950s because they were willing to do the game and nobody else was, and that's how that came about.
Mm-hmm.
But now where we're at established, I think it's better that they don't have a traditional team, to be honest with you, because in that way you get a good matchup. I'm still against it. I don't like the idea of the Black Friday game. I say let college football breathe and give me some good college football matchups on Friday and Saturday. NFL's already got a triple header on Thursday. You're going to get it wall to wall on Sunday. But if you're going to have a Black Friday game, let's not do anyone traditionally. Let's just give it, because I don't want to have to suffer through. Like right now, you could say, oh, this would be a good one for Jacksonville to have. And what happens in 10 years when Trevor Lawrence is out of the league and they stink to high heaven and they're trying to force feed us Seahawks versus Jaguars, right?
Yeah, and the one good thing is, I agree, it is college days. At least they put it at 3:00 Eastern, so the morning game should flush out, and then they still get the night games to themselves. They just have that one time frame, and I agree. If you
the 3:00 game normally is an SEC matchup. It's
I agree.
Arkansas LSU.
I agree. I'm not arguing that. And then, the one game, you really can't have a locked-in team with only one game on the schedule, right?
Here's the other thing. I mean, have you thought about this? The nightmare that it adds to if you're playing fantasy football. Once again, another damn got to check to see if someone's playing in that game.
It's all money, because you're going to get the drunk hungover uncle on the couch after And on Black Friday, they're going to be going through Amazon ads, and the game's going to be on, and it's going to be an Amazon fest in some places, you know.
Yeah, I think I heard that Amazon's going to give that game away for free.
Good marketing technique.
That they're going to that'll be the game that you don't have to have that you can. Of course, I still think you're going to have to sign up, so they're going to get you somehow, right? They're not just going to broadcast it on rabbit ears. They're going to get you somehow. There's no way in hell they don't. This is Amazon.
I'm going to leave the game with like a $300 tag.
Or they'll, you'll get this game for free if you buy this flat screen TV for $99 that nobody wants because it's not a smart TV. Only way to connect it. Remember the old wires that you had to screw in with the different colors? You had to make sure the colors evened up.
The jack, you had the red, the yellow, and
exactly. You got to make sure that the red jack goes into the red jack, and everything has to be connected correctly, or your Nintendo 64 is not going to turn on.
Or it screeches like a loud noise. Ugh.
If you buy that and you buy a Floby, we'll give you Jets Dolphins for free this week. All right, my first cool game, Monday night. No, is it Monday night? Is it Sunday? Sunday night football, excuse me. October 1st, Kansas City Chiefs at the New York Jets. Jets, Jets. Aaron Rodgers versus Mahomes in New York. I like it. I like it a lot. Man, by the way, did y'all see the brutal schedule the Jets have to start the season off? It is absolutely atrocious. They have 6 teams that are projected playoff teams in their first 6 games, and then they finally give them a bye week. And then they come out of it and they're playing like, somewhat of a easier schedule. I wouldn't say easy because nothing's easy in the NFL, but they fall out of that coming in and playing like the Giants and the Chargers and stuff. But before that, I mean, it is game after game after game of just it's a brutal and I want to say 4 or 5 of the first 6 games are on prime time.
Yeah, the Jets better be good this year for more reasons than one. A, New York fans might go crazy, and B, they're all over the TV.
Well, they hedge their bets to put them on in a lot of standalone games early in the season. And then if you look later in the season, not so much. So basically they're saying, well, they might suck, but we're gonna ride the excitement of Aaron Rodgers at the beginning.
It's kind of like the Broncos last year.
Yeah, oh God. Please.
Where they gave them a ton of primetime games just for them to end up stinking.
Just for Nathaniel Hackett to
3 or 4 games of Russell Wilson getting 8 or 9 points each time out. They start off with the Bills on ESPN Monday Night Football. Then they're the America's game against the Cowboys in week 2. Patriots game is one of the ones that's not. It's just a 1:00 game. Then they play the Chiefs Sunday Night Football. Then they play the Broncos in America's game again, the late window. Eagles again, America's game. And then they finally get the bye week. And then they come out of that and they play the Giants on a 1:00. But then right after that, they're on Monday night again against the Chargers. I think this is Thursday night against the Browns. So when you look at later in the season, they're pretty much all 1:00 games. And it is 11:20. Oh, that's the Black Friday game on the 24th. But you better get ready because Aaron Rodgers coming into your old living room, baby. It's gangrene.
Aaron Rodgers is coming to town.
We're gonna get sick of Aaron Rodgers the way everyone got sick of Tom Brady when he was in Tampa.
Hey, I was even sick of our primetime games with our primetime performances.
Oh, God, not this again.
For real. I mean, the way the Bucs play in primetime, I like the noon games, or the 1 Eastern games, I'm sorry.
You couldn't keep that Dallas game within freaking 3 touchdowns. I'm still pissed off about that. I missed a damn trifecta teaser with the Buccaneers because I thought there was no way in hell they would lose to the Cowboys by more than it was either 17.5 or 18. Whatever they ended up winning by, the Cowboys, I missed it by a couple of points. Like, there's no way they don't win. No, this is a gimme. Give me that teaser. Let's roll. Let's ride. Got to that Monday game. I didn't even hedge my bet. I'm like, there's no way. This is Brady in the playoffs. He's not going to get blown out at home.
They fooled a lot of us last year. Well, not really. I mean, they're played throughout the year.
I was like, punt. Just punt the damn ball so they quit running up the score. Punt. I know it's 1st and 5. Punt. Help me out. Eat some clock.
It was bad. And, that's what you get. And when you have a pretty bad season and it's masked by a couple heroic Tom Brady fourth quarter comebacks, and you have a really bad offensive line with a really bad offensive coordinator.
And the NFL tricks you by putting it on Monday night, making you think it's a big game.
Right.
It's Brady versus the Cowboys. This game's going to be epic.
And yeah, that's another thing, just a plethora of problems. But that was a sad end of the season, but it is what it is. On to new beginnings in Tampa. And I honestly think the offense does improve in a weird way this year.
I don't know why they're making this breaking news again, but Daniel Snyder announces a sale of the Commanders. I thought that happened like 3 weeks ago.
What is this, a once-a-month reminder or something?
This is somehow, some way, Adam Schefter trying to make himself relevant. Because that's who's breaking the news. He's on ESPN. He's all over going, breaking news. This isn't breaking news, you jerkwad. You broke this news 3 or 4 weeks ago. You just had the schedule release. You can't even let that breathe. You got to come in here with this nonsense.
That's typical Dan Snyder. He's all about the...
All right, what's cool game number 2? Tones, we'll go to you for number 2 since I just beat up your Bucs.
I got a unique one here. I got a Thursday night football matchup November 9th. They made a huge trade this offseason, which involved the number 1 overall pick for a plethora of picks and DJ Moore. I got the Carolina Panthers and Bryce Young visiting Soldier Field in the Chicago Bears.
That's a cool
We
game.
were just trashing that game.
8:15 on a Thursday night. That one's going to be fun because they made such a big deal this
That's going to be
offseason.
fun because I'm going to be asleep.
And I think the Bears have a legitimate chance at competing for the NFC North this year as well.
What week is that?
That is week 8, I believe.
How many total wins do the Panthers and the Bears have in week 8, Bobby?
4 at most.
If that's true, then there's no way in hell that's a cool game.
Hey, Panthers play Atlanta week 1, Saints week 2.
You gotta quit drinking when you make your picks, man.
I think that's a cool game. I mean, the premise of cool games is to each their
No,
own.
the premise of cool games is that they're cool. There's some buzz. People are going to care about it.
I think you had a Braves spring training game as a cool game before. So
Yeah, we're sitting there and there's nothing on, or it's going up against the XFL or something.
Again, this one has implications. If you're a football fan, this one intrigues you.
If you're watching this, there's implications. Bobby, what is your cool game?
My second cool game, I have a Week 14 divisional rival matchup between the Eagles and Cowboys on Sunday Night Football. I think these are 2 of the top teams in the NFC, and I think they're going to be battling out to win the NFC East. So this game is going to be huge. Whoever wins this game gets a big leg up in the race to win the NFC East, so I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I don't hate that one. I think the only reason why I'm not excited about that one is because it seems like Eagles, Cowboys, I feel like, I know they only play twice a year, but I feel like they're on Sunday Night Football 3 or 4 times a season. It seems like every year you're like, Eagles, Cowboys. Doubleheader this Sunday. Eagles, Cowboys, 4:30. Eagles, Cowboys, 8:15. Tony Romo will bring you the first one. Boomer Esiason in the second game. Let's go. All right, my next cool game is what weekend? What day is that? December 4th. It is a Monday Night Football game. We just talked about this a little bit before. Jaguars at home against the Cincinnati Bengals. And that is I think it's week 13. I can't read my writing without my glasses, and I'm not going to do that. Week 13, home against the Bengals. That should be a preview of a possible playoff matchup. And because the Jaguars will probably win their division and the Bengals will probably win their division, that could decide a home field advantage in the playoffs. So I'm really looking forward to that one. I really hope the Jaguars don't stink this year. And you know, as I'm saying that, I look over in this screen over here. There's some stupid ass commercial with them yelling Duval. All right, go ahead. Never mind. Let me tear mine up. Okay, next one, Bobby. We'll give it to you before Tones gives us the Seattle Seahawks versus the Washington Huskies.
Hey, just like I said,
in a preview,
I said the Nuggets were harder out than Milwaukee. Remember that? And
the Hall of Fame game this July.
I got the first Monday Night Football matchup of the year, Bills versus Jets, and there's a chance that the Jets fall flat on their faces. But this is a huge test for that team and Aaron Rodgers. They're going up against the defending AFC East champions. So this is going to be a huge matchup. I'm looking forward to it. I want to see how Rodgers looks in the the New York uniform. I'm looking forward to it. This should be an exciting game.
Yeah, it better be, right?
It's all it's cracked up to be. Yeah, it better be a good game.
There was a New York talk show host last night that was calling that a must win.
No week one game is a must win.
Oh, I'm telling you, he went on a tirade.
That's New York sports media for you.
This is a must win.
That's New York sports media.
This is a must win. You can't go into the season 0-1 if you're Aaron Rodgers here in the Big Apple. Big Apple, you listening to me? What is wrong with people? It's week one. It's week one. God bless. All right, Tones, what you got for your cool game?
The game that never finished, Bills-Bengals, November 5th, that got picked up where it left off after DeMar Hamlin incident last season, and it'll be interesting.
Right?
Oh, a little bit. Come on.
Too soon.
But I think that game's going to be not only emotional, but I think it's going to be a heck of a battle between the two of the better quarterbacks, if not two of the best quarterbacks in the AFC.
I still cannot believe that he's going to try and play.
Mm-hmm.
I just really wish the kid would just hang it up, man. It's not worth it, man.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good player, but he's not going to the Hall of Fame or anything like that. So there's not that legacy on the line, right?
Mm-hmm. We've heard some NFL players say crazy things before. They're like they want to die on the field and stuff. You know, some guys literally just love the game.
I don't even want to think about that being an option.
No, I remember someone saying that, though. They were asking a kid coming out of college, going into the NFL, hey, what do you think with all this rule changes and stuff? He goes, man, I wouldn't care if I died out there. It's like, holy crap, these kids, some of them love the game.
No.
Some of them
love No. I don't want any part of that. That's what I'm saying. Like, man, the Bills or the National Football League can't give this kid a job doing something. I don't even know if raising awareness, because I don't know how many times this is ever going to happen to someone. But something where he can make a decent living and not put his life on the line.
And that's doctor. What if, maybe he's deemed okay. You never know. Maybe it was truly a freak thing. You never know.
All right, my last one, Sunday Night Football. October 8th, the Dallas Cowboys go to the San Francisco 49ers. A rematch of the game from last year, the NFC Championship game. Or, I'm sorry, it was the semifinals.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm hoping at that point the 49ers, because I'm a little skittish putting the 49ers in any of my cool games early in the season, because I don't know who's going to be playing quarterback. But by that time, I would hope Brock Purdy's behind center and see what the 49ers got.
Sam Darnold against Cooper Rush. Let's get it.
Get it. Let's get it, man. Battle of 2 and 7 teams.
Dun, 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 dun.
Bobby, what is your lock and what is your walk-off?
My lock, it's a matchup that you mentioned earlier that you think is going to be a blowout. I do too. I have Heat -6.5. They're heading back to Miami after dropping Game 5. I think they blow the doors off the Knicks tonight, wrap up this series. I'm very confident in this one. And then my walk-off is enjoy some of these big Game 6 and 7s coming up in the NBA playoffs. This will be fun, and let's hope for some good conference finals matchups.
All right, brother. We will see you next week. Enjoy your weekend. And hopefully we get I'm hoping that Celtics 76ers game is a Sunday night game.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Do that just on a freaking Mother's Day. Put that thing on 3:30, then you got to make up a lie to get out of your mom's house. I mean, come on, don't put us in that position.
All right, see you, fellas.
Mom loves NBA. You know, I'm just putting that out there. It's a really hard sell. All right, brother. We'll see you next week.
Yes, sir. See it.
We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Tones and I are going to talk about the cool games for the Atlanta Falcons and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Hey, check it out. A snow cone machine.
A snow cone machine?
You're saying it wrong. It's a snow cone machine.
Wendy's only makes one kind of breakfast, your new favorite one. How do we do it? With fresh cracked eggs, oven-baked bacon, and flaky croissants. You know, the things your old breakfast wasn't doing. So toss that old news and its soggy eggs somewhere useful. And get to Wendy's. A sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant, bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant, and honey butter chicken biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Limited time only. Single item at regular price. Price and participation may vary at U.S. Wendy's.
Hey, sports fans. The Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League. And the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE, The Key, 99.1 FM. And simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country.
Choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3-ounce serving, Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So Delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt.
You're listening to WQEE in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country. Weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m. Welcome back. Coming to you live. Armchair Quarterback Studios. What's the weather like up there in Chicago today, Tones?
Rainy on and off all day. Started early in the morning, and rain's supposed to continue through 9 p.m. on and off. And it's about 70 degrees right now, so a little humid with the rain on and off, but not awful.
God, does it ever not suck in Chicago, man?
Yeah, you know, that's an oxymoron.
can't figure out why people decide to set up shop there and say, you know what, this is where I'm going to stay the rest of my life.
Yeah, I'm going to get out
the
here.
Over-under of you getting out of Chicago. How many years?
I'd put it at 5.5 years.
All right. Have you talked to the young lady in your life about getting out of there?
Oh yeah, she's on the Florida train already.
All right, there you go. That's all you got to do. Once you get her on board, everything will start moving.
Exactly. She's she's full throttle, so we're gonna be hopeful eventual Floridians down the road.
All right, we'll set you up down here.
Yeah, give me a spot near the Braves Country HD studios or Armchair Quarterback studios.
We'll just rent the room out back here. We'll make it really easy.
Heck yeah, you get a dog walker, you get a podcast contributor, you get a lot of stuff in one. I don't know.
I don't even know what I'm watching. I've got some golf tournament on that I don't even know what the hell I'm watching. Scotty Scheffler's leading it though.
I got us on in my background. It
looks like it's the AT&T Byron Nelson Classic. Maybe is that live? I don't know what I'm watching. I got tired of seeing Adam Schefter break news that broke 3 weeks ago, so I switched it over.
He's good at that nowadays. Sadly, he's fallen off a little bit.
He always looks like to me he's just coming off a bender.
Yeah,
not there's anything wrong with that, but just run a razor over you every once in a while. Like he doesn't ever have a beard. He always has like that 5 o'clock shadow, no matter what time of day it is. It's like they just woke him up because his phone's been buzzing, telling him he's breaking news. He doesn't remember. Oh yeah, never mind. That happened 2 weeks ago.
How about Dalvin Cook possibly getting released? What do you think about that? I think he'd be a great pickup for any team if he does get released.
Is there any validity to that rumor?
Diana Rossini said the Vikings are looking at making him a post-June 1st cap relief if they can't get a contract restructure done. So I think they want him to take a pay cut because I've seen the Vikings social media team today. They made like headers for their Twitter and Facebook, and Alexander Madison is on the headers and Dalvin Cook is not. So couple interesting things going on in Minnesota.
Well, I don't know if he's done, but I will say I don't think he's as explosive as he's been in the league for quite some time. You can't be elite forever. I wouldn't call Alexander Madison elite, but he's a hell of a lot cheaper.
Yeah, and as you alluded to, eventually as a running back, and when you're one of the better running backs in the league who takes a solo work, usage for a while, you're going to run into the ground quicker than others do. So,
yeah, I'd say there's a pretty strong possibility that, I guess he gets cut, and I don't know where he lands. There's a lot of different places that he'd be attractive to, but what does he have left in the tank as far as he'll get a job? That's not the question. The question is, does he go to a contender?
Right. Look at how long it's taken Ezekiel Elliott to get signed. It's just, when these running, and I'd rather have Dalvin Cook at this point in time. Don't get me wrong, but when you're an older running back, Leonard Fournette's out there as well. It's not too easy to find a home sometimes.
And Fournette's definitely one that's lost his punch.
Yeah, last year that was clear.
I think he could be a value to a team in short yardage situations if he's willing to take on that role and not be like the every down back.
He'd be
an interesting ad for someone like the Carolina Panthers who want to give some depth along with what they already have, and his running style kind of goes hand in hand. Foreman, right?
He could be a great third down back and goal line back for a team out there who's, thinking they might have a chance.
Atlanta hadn't just signed or drafted Bijan Robinson, that would have been a great landing spot for him. But I think Cook assumes that he's still a starter somewhere. So where does he end up? I'll tell you what would be an intriguing one. Remember, the Chargers are having a problem getting Eckler on board, and he wants an extension. So if you're the Chargers, can you trade Austin Eckler and then bring in Dalvin Cook, who can essentially do all the same things? Now, he may not be at the same level at this point in his career, but he can essentially do all the same things that Eckler can do. He can catch out of the backfield. He obviously can run between the tackles.
Yeah, I would like that if LA ends up ultimately getting rid of Eckler. Another interesting spot I heard, they always seemingly are looking for a running back. Miami would be intriguing if Dalvin Cook did get let go. You know, they love their big.
Well, he's from there.
Mm-hmm.
He's from like right in the heart of Miami.
I could see that being a match. What
about the Bengals? Because aren't they still in flux with the whole Joe Mixon thing?
Yeah, you know, he's kind of sticking around, but he's been getting in some trouble and whatnot. So who knows what's to come of that? I think Bengals would be a possibility as well. And
they're a really good addition for the Bengals.
I could even see the Cowboys, you know, now that Zeke is gone.
Yeah. But if they sign him, man, you got to make sure Tony Pollard's okay with it, because he's got to be like, are you kidding me with this? Are you freaking kidding me with this?
Right when he gets his chance, all of a sudden, hey, not so fast, bud. You're still splitting time here.
Yeah, I just I think the biggest question would be what's his priority? Is it winning? Or is it getting playing time, thinking that he's going to get another big contract?
Mm-hmm.
Which at this stage in his career, I don't think the latter is a possibility. I think he's in the stage where if he gets released, he's going to sign a smaller deal, or he's going to sign a 1-year deal at a decent rate and then just go year to year.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's get into your cool games. What are your top 3 games for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this year?
Well, there's a couple of good options because we play a lot of good young quarterbacks. Nothing polarizing, but some good young quarterbacks. My first cool game is against one of those young cool quarterbacks. It's September 25th, Monday Night Football. Eagles at Bucs. That's a game that's 7:15 kickoff time. So I think there might be 2 Monday night games on that week because it's a 7:15 Eastern kickoff, which is early for a Monday Night Football game. But that's Eagles at Bucs, Monday Night Football, September 25th. That should be a fun one with Jalen Hurts coming to town. Eagles are probably going to be heavy favorites in that one, but you know Baker Mayfield or Kyle Trask, whoever's starting that game, is going to be playing with a lot of heart in their first primetime start in Tampa.
All right, my first one for the Falcons is game number 1, because I think everyone's going to be excited to see what this team has. The Falcons are at home against the Carolina Panthers, and that's a game that I think most Falcon fans would agree you want to see a win in week 1.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I don't want to see them slop it around, lose to the Panthers with a rookie quarterback most likely under center. I want to see what Ritter can do. I want to see what Bijan Robinson's about, and I want to see what they can do with this offense going forward, getting the Mariota error out of the way. What's your second game?
October 26th. This one is 8:15 Eastern, Thursday Night Football, so our second primetime game of the year. Tampa Bay heads on a very tough journey into Buffalo. The Bucs try and stop a high-end offense with Josh Allen and company. Not an easy place to play all the way up in Buffalo. Tampa doesn't play there too often, and it's on Thursday night. You never know what happens on Thursday Night Football coming off a short week's of rest. I'm interested to see how it unfolds here.
All right, my next game is Minnesota. They're playing the Minnesota Vikings, and they are at home. And that is, if I have the date right in front of me, November 5th. Minnesota Vikings. That could be a fun one.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly because Minnesota has just, I haven't seen where they have done much to help their defense. So it could be points galore. I'm looking forward to that one. November 5th. It's a 1:00 kickoff in Atlanta.
November 5th, home against Minnesota, that is?
Yes.
Cool. I'm putting that in the chat now. Awesome. We're rolling with some good ones here. Honestly, the NFC South, we play some good games this year. We play some fun opponents.
And what's your third big game for the Buccaneers for 23?
This one is going to be a lot of fun, in my opinion. Christmas Eve, you look forward to that in-state battle. You got Trevor Lawrence and the Jacksonville Jaguars coming to town. And this one, there will be families sitting around Florida households celebrating Christmas, watching as it takes place middle of the day, 4:05 Eastern time. Going to be a fun one as it's an in-state battle, a Sunshine State battle, Jaguars Bucs.
What day is that?
Christmas Eve, December 24th.
Oh, okay. Christmas Eve. Okay. I thought you said Christmas Day. I was like, man, I saw the triple header. I didn't see that one on there. All right. And my last one, week 18 in New Orleans. Falcons at the Saints. Very well could be for the NFC South. You got me?
Yes, I like that one. Falcons Saints week 18 could be for the South. Derek Carr against Desmond Ridder or possibly another quarterback. That could be a good one. You know, I'm really intrigued by that one to see how it shakes out. Could be for the division at day's end. It really could. Hopefully not for the Bucs' sake.
Well, I think you have to be realistic if you're a Bucs fan. I think this is a rebuilding year, best case scenario. It could be a tank for Caleb year.
I agree. I think our division.
I don't think Carolina's in the mix. Do you? I mean, honestly, not this year.
The thing is with the NFC South, I really see no team winning more than 9 games potentially. So I think Bucs and Panthers are on the projected low end of the spectrum, but I could see this division really slicing anyway. I don't think there's any powerhouse necessarily.
In theory, you would say, well, you know, the Saints, they got their win 19. I don't believe in Derek Carr.
No, I think the Falcons honestly have the best all-around roster, in my opinion. Out the quarterback position, questionable.
That's the biggest question, right?
But like you just said,
what is Ridder going to do?
Exactly. You know, the Saints only have Carr, the Bucs only have Mayfield, and the Panthers only have, you know, the first pick and a veteran over Andy Dalton over there. So that's no home run. The Falcons with Case Keenum and Desmond Ridder, that could be a viable game plan moving forward, and that could get him into the NFC South division winning title picture.
Man, if you think about that.
The quarterback rooms in the NFC South.
Yeah, the fact that Desmond Ridder could be head and shoulders above the rest of anyone in the division. Baker Mayfield, Derek Carr, and then a rookie.
And I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Rookie who's not even 6 feet tall.
I said Case Keenum. I meant Taylor Heineke. I knew they signed. It's Taylor Heineke for the Falcons, not Case Keenum.
I didn't hear that, but yeah, it's Heineke.
Yeah, I know Keenum ended up going to Houston, but either way, same thing, right? Heineke, Keenum, not a big difference. Ritter's job to lose regardless. Yeah, and Desmond Ridder, Taylor Heineke, that's not an awful quarterback room because Heineke, he has a career playoff start. So just say something happens with Ridder, he looks a little slower, sluggish. At least you got a guy like Taylor Heineke who's been to the playoffs before. That roster's good enough where in the NFC South, you could prop him up to 8 or 9 wins, and the Falcons or whoever gets to 8 or 9 wins could be looking at a division title, much like Tampa did last year.
Right now, the Saints are the favorite. It's Saints, Falcons, Panthers, Bucs.
Mm-hmm.
Saints are a plus 125, so no one's an actual true favorite, right? there's no team that Vegas believes should be favored in the way that normally it takes minus money, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're plus 125, Atlanta's plus 265, Carolina plus 300, and Tampa Bay plus 650.
So that's pretty cool in terms
I wouldn't
of,
mind taking Atlanta. I was just hoping I was going to get better odds.
yeah, honestly, if I were to break it down, I think Atlanta and Tampa's odds would be the most intriguing to me. Like, I think Falcons have a legit chance at winning the division for the odds you get. And then the Bucs, I don't think they have the greatest of chances, but for plus 6 whatever in that crappy division, you have a puncher's chance. Just say if Mayfield resorts to his old days and he doesn't turn the ball over, etc., you have a puncher's chance.
The Jets are plus 225 right now to win their division. Miami plus 300, New England plus 750, but Bills are 135, plus 135. The Jaguars are minus 160, so they're a heavy favorite to win their division. Tennessee plus 375, and the Colts are 550. Texans are 725.
Really? Makes sense, but to me, and that's the biggest spread week one. Houston's getting the most points week one. Tampa's getting
the most intriguing one to me would be to take the Colts plus 550.
I agree. What did you say Tennessee was again?
Plus 375.
Yeah, I think Colts is probably best bang for your buck.
I understand why Tennessee's a slight favorite over the Colts, but if AR-15 ends up being the real deal, then the Colts kind of have the rest of their team in place.
If AR-15 pans out, could you imagine him and Jonathan Taylor in that backfield if Taylor could stay healthy? That could be pretty lethal.
If you believe in Jimmy G, the Raiders are plus 1,200 to win their division.
Hey, it's not so much Jimmy G for me.
The Minnesota Vikings are plus 350 to win their division. The Lions are plus 125.
Holy crap. A little love on the Lions much? Do you think that's appropriate, or do you think that's a little bit too much?
I'm a little surprised that Minnesota they're plus 350 and Detroit's only plus 125.
Yeah, I don't think that makes too much sense. I know a lot of people are down on Minnesota this year, but I don't get why. That just doesn't make too much sense to me.
Cowboys plus 175. That's not enough for me.
Yeah, that division's too good. Even though there's Sam Howell at quarterback for Washington, I could still see any of those teams winning that division.
The Arizona Cardinals are plus 2,000 to win their division. How about that? Wow.
Holy, is Bobby listening?
I think that's the highest. Till 1,200. Yep, that is the highest. 2,000 plus 2. I would never bet on the Cardinals to win the division, but it's interesting. The only one even close to that. Well, I'll put it this way: the Raiders are plus 1,200. They're the second highest. After that, it's plus 950 with the Commanders.
I don't know who would be your best underdog bet for a division winner if you are looking at him.
If I'm going to take the bottom of the barrel in a division to pull it off, I've got to go to a division that I don't believe has a strong front runner. So Tampa is intriguing at plus 650.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think they're going to be that good this year.
Right.
South. What? You know what? What about the North? Because the Packers are the worst odds at plus 400. What if Jordan Love is worth a damn?
Right. Because they still have Jones and Dillon in that backfield, and now they keep drafted receivers and tight ends, so they're actually giving Jordan Love guys to throw to. I mean, Romeo Doubs and Christian Watson had pretty good rookie years last year, and then they added in a bunch of tight ends and a bunch of wide receivers in this year's draft, and their defense is pretty stout as well. So I like Packers and Bucks. I think your head's in the right place with those two references.
Jimmy G and plus 1,200 would be, I think, the longest odds that I would actually roll the dice with, it'd be Jimmy G and the Raiders.
The only hope for me with that is I think you would need something catastrophic to happen in Kansas City, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly.
You would need
they just get fat and just say, man, we're the champs, and they're just not playing well. And the Raiders tend to have their number in that rivalry.
Mm-hmm.
And I have no faith in the Broncos and Chargers for an entire season.
Yeah,
So
with those two.
To me, for the Raiders to be plus 1,200 and the Broncos to be 450 and the Chargers 325, that's very skewed.
I don't get what. Yeah, if anything, yeah, man, that's very skewed to me.
So as far as bang for my buck, I think the best one's the Raiders, because I'm not taking the Cardinals at plus 2,000 because they're just going to be terrible. And the Seahawks and the 49ers are going to win enough games where the Cardinals aren't going to have a chance to win that division.
Yeah.
What is your lock and your walk-off, because we're running out of time?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Intriguing stuff. We'll have to get more into that. My lock here is in the world of NBA. I got the Golden State Warriors getting 3.5. I don't think the Lakers close the door on the Warriors tonight. I think they have more fight left in them. So I'm going with Warriors 3.5. And my lock of the day is this. Guys, if you're a fan of MLB, keep your eyes on the MLB pipeline, the prospects, the minors. It seems like this year more than ever, we're getting all these kids called up. Tonight, we got that young kid on the Marlins pitching in his MLB debut, top 10 prospect in all of baseball. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and these kids are really fun to watch when they do get the call. Keep your eyes peeled. There's a ton of good talent around the world of baseball right now. So that's Yuri Perez of the Marlins, top 10 prospect.
My lock is the Washington Nationals on the money line at home. Mackenzie Gore versus Tyler McGill, plus 108, a good value. My walk-off tonight, Braves, Blue Jays, 7:07 first pitch, Braves Country HD, right here on our YouTube channel, pitch by pitch, play by play. Got to step away and get ready for it. Tone's great job. We will see you Monday. We'll see if I think the Lakers will have knocked out the Warriors, but we shall see. That's why they call it sports, because they don't play it on paper. They play it inside your television sets. See you Monday.
See you Monday.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent Cy. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there, These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought If only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cave. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence, his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves country.
Howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? I am excited for a big series with the Toronto Blue Jays. We are going to get into that right now. Get you ready for game number 1, Braves versus Blue Jays, north of the border, as Atlanta will send Spencer Strider to the mound tonight. We're going to see an old friend on the mound on the other side, Chris Bassett. Remember him? I'm sure he remembers us. We pounded the hell out of him when he was with the Mets, and most remembered for that final series that took place in Atlanta, where Atlanta just absolutely ambushed the entire pitching staff of the New York Mets. He's now with Toronto, signed a long-term deal up there, and we're going to see him tonight with Strider. Should have a good opportunity to start this series off on a bang. The Braves have hit him well, and I would suspect that we're going to get a fairly good offensive output tonight. And then, of course, with Strider on the mound, you expect strikeouts galore, especially with this offense of the Toronto Blue Jays. The Blue Jays, they can hit with the best of them, but they do strike out. Now, career versus Chris Bassett, if you're wanting to know that and where we are with that right now, going into tonight's game, looking at the lineup real quick, it looks like this. So you got Acuna, who is 2 for 6 lifetime against Bassett. He's batting .333. Olsen is 1 for 6 against Bassett. So just a 167 clip. And then you have down the line Riley, 3 for 7, 429, a home run, an RBI, a K. Sean Murphy, 2 for 3. Rosario's 3 for 7. Ozzie Albies is 1 for 3. Darnode, 3 for 5. He's in the lineup tonight. Tonight he's the designated hitter, so it kind of shows you where they're going with the mindset. And Harris is the center fielder tonight. He's 0 for 3 lifetime with 2 strikeouts. So he didn't fare too well. But how about Arcia? 3 for 3 versus Bassett. So we'll see how that plays out tonight. But what you have with Acuna is he'll be leading off tonight with Olsen, Riley, and Murphy. None of that's changed. Rosario batting 5th against a right-hander. That hasn't changed. Ozzie hitting 6th. That hasn't changed. And then they're sliding Darnode in there at the 7th spot. Recently, it has been Darnode. Sometimes they'll throw Ozuna there. So we'll see how that plays out over the weekend. But Harris is in the 8th spot, and then Arcia in the 9th spot, and that's where they've pretty much been going for the majority of it. And Bassett is 4-2 with a 4.28 ERA. So not a terrible job. He's got a 1.23 whip. He's given up 6 home runs. In 40 innings, he's struck out 33. He's walked 20, though. So if they can, I would prefer Strider's walk total to be down a little bit, and he's only walked 14 over 40 innings. Now, what you get with Strider is you get the strikeout, so you kind of live and die by the sword. And Strider's got 67 strikeouts over 40 innings. You think about that, that's incredible. 67 strikeouts over 40 innings. He's got 14 walks, given up in just 2 home runs. This is a stadium, if you're not familiar with it, this stadium in Toronto, the ball flies. And I would suspect we're going to get high-scoring games this entire weekend, which can be a lot of fun, but it can be very taxing for your bullpen as well. And we'll leave this particular series, a 3-game series. So we got tonight, we got tomorrow afternoon. It's a 3:07 first pitch, kind of a middle of the day type game. And then 1:37 on Sunday. We're going to carry all 3 games right here on Braves Country HD. But when you get a 3-game series like this, it's a good thing to have had the day off, because there's a good chance that we're going to have to go deep into the bullpen. You know, the bullpen could get taxed, and then we go straight from Toronto over to Texas with no day off. And so that could be a rough go of it. We got 6 games here, and you got to realize when you're watching these games and you're seeing the moves that Snicker's making over the course of each ball game, he's not just thinking about what's going on right in front of us. I know as fans, we get caught up in I want to get that W tonight. Let's not worry about tomorrow. I want to get the W tonight. He's worried about the whole 9 yards, the big picture. If he goes aggressive on one game, then that means that he has to kind of let it fly on the other. And I think a lot of times what he does with this, I think he goes in pretty open-minded going into a series like this, but you just kind of see where the starting pitchers are going. And let's assume Strider goes out and has a good game tonight, and the offense is clicking and we're in the game. He'll be aggressive. He'll try to get that first win. But if you have a starter in this series that spits the bit, sometimes these guys have to take one for the team. It's a 162 game schedule. And especially when you got a 7.5 game lead in the division, that plays into it as well. You're not going to mortgage the future for one ball game, especially when you have a healthy lead. You had to be a little more aggressive last summer when we got down 10.5 games. Now we're on the other side of it. Now, look, I'm the first one to tell you, I don't want to see him get complacent. Last thing I want to see is, oh, everything's going fine. Let's just go ahead and cruise on in here and get our dubs, and let's not worry about it because everything is going fine in Braves country, and we're going to go out there and we're going to do this or we're going to do that, and we're going to mash, and I'm not worried about anything. No, I don't want to see any of that. I want to see an aggressive mindset, but you do realize that if you have a game in this series that doesn't go the way you expect it to from the outset, there could be a game in this series or in the next series, because you got 6 games on the road in 2 offensive, not just 2 stadiums that put out a lot of offense, but you got 2 lineups that put out a lot of offense in Texas and in Toronto, the first of 3 tonight. Tomorrow, as we take a look at the entire series real quick, tomorrow it's going to be Bryce Elder versus Berrios. And Berrios has been up and down. What's been interesting about Berrios is that he tends to struggle at home. So hopefully that continues and Atlanta can put some runs up on Berrios tomorrow. Elder versus Berrios, that's the 3:07 to start. And then Sunday, the Braves have yet to announce a starter. And I think you could decipher what's going on, and the only reason why I say that is you got to make it through customs. So it's not like just bringing some guy up from Gwinnett, tell him to meet you over in St. Louis real quick. He's got to get through customs, so it's got to be thought out. So I haven't seen any reports, but it'll be interesting to see where they go with that. If they do go with another bullpen game, and it is a possibility, they'll be going up against Kikuchi, who's actually pitched pretty well. He's 5-0, the 3.35 ERA. I've never been thoroughly impressed with this stuff. I've always thought that he was a very hittable pitcher. But, hey, he's off to a good start, so you can't knock that. If we do go with the bullpen game there, then maybe we see Dylan Dodd on Tuesday. Because as it stands right now, it's supposed to be Strider today, Elder tomorrow, and then on Monday is when we will see Charlie Morton. And Dylan Dodd would be available to come back off the being sent down on the 10 days. He would be available on Tuesday. So that could be where they go, is bullpen on Sunday. And on Tuesday, you get that. As far as the Soroka thing goes, he spit the bed again last night. He was, when I say bad, I don't even know if that even really describes it. And by the way, in that Texas series, we're going to have to face Nathan Eovaldi. And Eovaldi was cooking again last night. He's been really good past couple of past several outings. He's got a 28-inning scoreless streak going on right now. So hopefully we can crack into that. And if you're not familiar with Eovaldi, he was a mainstay on the Boston Red Sox. Before that, he pitched with the Tampa Bay Rays and whatnot. But he's a grinder. He's a gritty pitcher. And even with not being on a 28-inning scoreless streak, he's a tough customer to begin with. So by no stretch of the imagination is that Texas series going to be an easy one. By the way, tonight, if you're able to catch any of it, Smith-Shawver, AJ Smith-Shawver, he is going to the mound tonight for AA Mississippi. He is regarded as the Braves' top prospect by Baseball America. He's a 20-year-old kid, 6'3", 206 from Fort Worth. We drafted him in the 2021 draft in the 7th round, and I'll be interested to see how he pans out tonight. Obviously, I'll be doing the game during his appearance, but I do have the MLB package, and I'm planning on watching that this evening after our game because I'm really curious to see how this kid pans out tonight. So he's gonna get out there and get the ball. And look, stranger things have happened. I don't expect him to make it all the way to the major leagues this year, but if you keep getting what we've been getting from Soroka, I mean, you just listen to this. On Thursday, he exited after 73 pitches. Now, his previous starts, he has pitched he had one where he went 91, but he's pretty much been under 70 pitches, between 60 and 70 pitches. Okay. And he has not been impressive, Mike Soroka. He, in fact, I mean, if he didn't have the name that he had prior to all this, he wouldn't be on anybody's radar. So he went up against Nashville last night for AAA Gwinnett. And they said that here's how his first inning went. A walk, a single, a strikeout. All right. A 3-run home run by Keston Hiura. And if you're not familiar with who Hiura is, he played for the Milwaukee Brewers, middle infielder. He's a decent hitter over the years, but he's not a guy that you fear. And then he gave up a double a walk, and a pop-out. 32 pitches, 19 strikes in that inning, and the 3-run home run. Now, the rest of the outing, he pitched pretty well, 3 innings. And he finished with 4 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs, 2 walks, 3 Ks, and the home run. He's got a 5.47 ERA in 6 starts. A 5.47 ERA in 6 starts. I mean, I don't know how you come back from that. A 5.47 ERA from 6 starts, and people keep wanting to know, when is Soroka going to do big time Soroka type things? And I just don't think it's possible to expect him to all of a sudden start making really big time outings up in the major leagues when he has been awful in the minors. I mean, awful in the minors. I just don't really see how in the world any of this is even realistic going forward, because at this point, what you're looking at for Soroka is I'm looking at a guy that, I've talked about this before. I think it's more realistic that he starts in the bullpen. And he goes from that bullpen and he ends up, we'll say, two innings, maybe 3. And then you figure out from there what he could do. But at this point, there's just no way I can't sit here and look at Mike Soroka and call him a starter on a team who's legitimately trying to not just make the playoffs, but make a run at the World Series and say, okay, well, 5.47 ERA after a big sample size, that's going to get it done. That's going to get it done in the major leagues. It's unrealistic right now. And each time that I've kept up with him, I've seen a couple of his outings. He hasn't really looked all that impressive. Honestly, I'd rather take the chance with Dodd. I'd rather see Soroka develop himself more and get back to wherever he was, because none of us are the coaches down there. None of us are the hitting instructors, pitching instructors, the managers down there. And we don't know what's holding him back. Why is he struggling, right? I say just forget about Soroka. The pipe dreams. Put this Soroka pipe dream in the same area that you put that pipe dream about trading Marcell Ozuna away for some kind of key piece that's going to get us over the hump. Neither one is happening. Get your head out of your ass and let's go. Let's look at the fact that we've got a pretty darn good team. We've got some good young kids that can come in and step in and do some things. Look, I still think Dylan Dodd has got the ability to be a hell of a contributor. I haven't even necessarily given up on Schuster, but I'd have to see another run from him again. He had the one good outing, and then So I know that he looks really, really impressive in spring training. But once again, you can't really go off the spring training numbers because they're just not accurate. The spring training numbers are just absolutely terrible. You look at a guy who's doing well in spring training, and you don't know if the hitters have decided, well, I'm going to just try to swing at the first pitch today. Or today, I'm going to work on taking the first 2 strikes. So there's all kinds of things that go on from the hitter side along from the pitcher side. You can't go off the spring training. So when we look at what could be available going forward, I'm looking at Dodd, possibly Schuster. There's a couple other kids down there, but I'm not going to get overly excited about. And if we can spell the other 2 slots that obviously are missing right now with Dodd and with maybe a Schuster, maybe it's a bullpen game here and there. When we get the break in the schedule, we're going to run 4 men, but that's not going to happen for very often in the near future because they got that long stretch where it's like 13 games in a row coming up. But just find a way to get through, and then hopefully in the very near future, we start seeing some positive news on Kyle Wright coming back and Max Fried coming back. I got a funny feeling though it's going to be Fried before Wright, even though Wright went down first, because Wright, this is the second time getting injured this spring. I just think they're going to treat him with kid gloves. And then at some point, you're going to see an opportunity by Anthopoulos to maybe make it's going to be a minor move though. We're not bringing in Justin Verlander. Okay, we're not going to bring in some Cy Young Award winner, because they're still going to feel like that when we hit the playoffs, it's going to be Fried, it's going to be Strider, and they hope Kyle Wright, but if not, Charlie Morton and maybe some Elder that's going to get us there. If they make a move between now and the trading deadline, before we hit the actual trading deadline, I think what you're going to be looking at, to be honest with you, is you're going to be looking at a guy that we're going to get in a trade, and you're not going to be that thrilled. You go, all right, we'll see what he can do, and you hope to get a handful of starts that doesn't just murder your bullpen. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, lineups, get you ready for Game 1, 3-game set in Toronto to take on those Blue Jays. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch 'em all, Joe! You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Braves. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is the Rogers Center in Toronto, Canada, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for your visiting Atlanta Braves. Playing right field, Ronald Acuna Jr., 347 average, 7 home runs, 22 RBI, and 15 stolen bases. Batting second and playing first base, Matt Olson, 11 home runs, 29 RBI, a 243 average. Austin Riley, 6 home runs, 18 RBI, and a 246 clip. Sean Murphy batting cleanup and behind the plate, 288, 9 homers, 32 RBI. Batting fifth and playing left field, Eddie Rosario with 3 home runs, 11 RBI, and a stolen base, 257 average. Ozzie Albies is batting sixth and playing second base, 9 home runs, 27 RBI, 1 stolen base, and a 272 average. Travis d'Arnaud is your designated hitter tonight, batting .333 and 36 at-bats, 5 RBI. Michael Harris II batting .216 with 1 home run, 4 RBI, and 4 stolen bases. And Orlando Arcia is batting ninth, playing shortstop, 2 home runs, 8 RBI, and a .339 average. On the hill for your Atlanta Braves, it's Spencer Strider night, 4-0, a 2.7 ERA, a .93 whip, 40 innings, 67 strikeouts, 14 walks, 23 hits allowed, and 2 home runs. The quad father will be going head-to-head with Chris Bassett, 4-2, 4.28 ERA, a 1.23 whip, 40 innings, 33 strikeouts, 20 walks, and 6 home runs. The hometown Toronto Blue Jays will send to the plate, leading off, George Springer, playing right field with 4 homers, 13 RBI. Bo Bichette, the shortstop, 8 homers, 24 RBI, batting .329. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. playing first and batting third, .312 on the season, 7 homers, 21 RBI. Varsho is out in left with a .233 average with 5 home runs and 15 RBI, 6 stolen bases. Matt Chapman is the third baseman tonight, batting .338 with 5 home runs and 22 RBI. And Alejandro Kirk is behind the plate. 2 home runs, 11 RBI, batting .241. Brandon Belt is the designated hitter, former San Francisco Giant. 2 home runs, 8 RBI, .221 average. Whit Merrifield, formerly of the Kansas City Royals, 1 home run, a .288 average, and 7 stolen bases. And the old center fielder from the Tampa Bay Rays, Kevin Kiermaier, 2 home runs, 12 RBI, 3 stolen bases, and a .287 average. So that's your lineup for tonight. Your umpires set up like this. Down the third base line, it's Eric Backus. Second base umpire is Andy Fletcher, and Mike Estabrook is down the first base line. And the home plate umpire for tonight's action, Laz Diaz. Rogers Center here in Toronto, Canada, capacity of 49,282. And it's about that time for Braves Blue Jays, game number 1 of a 3-game series. So grab you an armchair, pop you a cold one. It's Braves Country Baseball coming your way, pitch by pitch, play by play on a Friday night baseball edition. Your Atlanta Braves are in their home grays with Atlanta across the chest and the tomahawk down below, all in red, along with the numerals on the back. Also on the back in navy are the names. Ronald Acuna Jr. stands in as taking his last few practice swings as Chris Bassett warms up one last couple of times. Comes in with a 4.28 ERA and a 1.22 whip. Of course, we all remember Bassett from his days with the New York Mets. The Braves had a field day with him the last time they saw him. Hopefully that will continue. Braves versus Blue Jays, game 1 of a 3-game series. Hope y'all are enjoying your Friday night. Welcome in here to Braves Country Radio. Braves Country Baseball comes your way 4 to 5 times every single week. Please like and subscribe. We have a lot of fun here enjoying the game together, however you're enjoying it, whether you're using us as the audio because you cannot get it in your area, or some folks listen along. It's always good for roll call to find out where you're at, where you're listening from, or where you may be from, what made you a Braves fan. So we're just about set, and it's baseball time in Braves country. The first pitch on the way from Bassett is a fastball right there above the knees for a strike. It's 0-1, 92 miles an hour right down the pipe. Ronald Acuna Jr. batting .347, a 1014 OPS. The 0-1 delivery just off the plate misses. It's 1-1. Braves nothing, Blue Jays nothing. Top of the first. We're just getting going. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is slice foul over the first base side into the crowd. And it's 1-2. Bassett steps off the mound for a second. Get set, righty-righty matchup. The 1-2 delivery to Ronald. On the way, swung on and hit hard on the ground right at Chapman. He'll fire it over to Guerrero, and it's a 5-3 putout to start the game. So Acuna down on a ground out, and that'll bring Big Matt Olson to the plate. Olson, righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way from Bassett is just off the plate wide, 93 miles an hour. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Bassett rocks, kicks, deals. Swing and a miss, 94 miles an hour, top shelf, evening up the count at 1-1. Bassett works a little more deliberate than some of your pitchers with the pitch clock. The 1-1 pitch. High and out of the zone, ball 2-1, 94 miles an hour, just misses. Matt Olson, a 908 OPS, 243 average, 11 home runs, 29 RBI. The 2-1. Bassett lets it fly, swing, and pops foul back behind home plate, out of play. It's 2-2. Pretty good size foul territory here in Toronto. Braves nothing, Blue Jays nothing. We'll keep you up to date on all the other action going on. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three, 94 miles an hour, top of the zone, and there's 2 away. Nationals and Mets are just about to get going. So that'll bring up to the plate Austin Riley. Austin Riley, 246 with a 740 OPS. The first pitch on the way. It's right there for a strike. Just above the knees, it's 0-1. Bassett looks in. Gets a sign from Kirk. He's ready to deal. The 0-1 swing and a miss sweeper. Got him off his front foot, and it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch to Riley. On the way, called strike three. He got caught watching the paint dry, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country Baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. How did Mariano Rivera accidentally save the life of one of his teammates? In the 2001 World Series, the Yankees had a 1-run lead against the Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 9th. But in Mariano's second inning of relief, he gave up an RBI double to Tony Womack and a walk-off single to Luis Gonzalez. The planned victory parade in New York was canceled, which meant a change of plans for infielder Enrique Wilson. He was scheduled to leave for his home country of the Dominican Republic 8 days after the World Series, but because the Yankees lost, he moved up his flight a few days. His original plane was American Airlines Flight 587, which ended up crashing and causing the deaths of 265 people. The next year, Rivera talked to Wilson in spring training and told him, "I am glad we lost the World Series because it means that I still have a friend."
My mother always said that she loved to go to church, but not to hear the preacher. She could read her Bible at home, but she could only be in church. And baseball has some of that same sense of peace that has nothing to do with ideology, but simply with ritual, familiarity, small truths, sort of lessons of the day that we're familiar with before, but may get a little more light on them that day.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. 0-0 your score here in Toronto. The first pitch on the way from Strider is a fastball top of the zone, fouled back by George Springer, and it's 0-1. Blue Jays wearing the home whites top to bottom. The 0-1 pitch right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-2. Blue Jays across the chest with the Blue Jay emblem down below. The 0-2 pitch, swing, and 96-mile-an-hour fastball fouled out of play over towards the first base side. It's 0-2. Blue Jays across the chest, the Blue Jay emblem down below, and letters and numerals in blue. The 0-2 pitch, high and inside, 98 miles an hour, close shave. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. The 1-2 Slider misses outside, and it's 2-2. The 2-2 from Strider, kicks and deals, swing and a miss, strike three, got him with the slider. Dove off the end of the table, and he went fishing. There's one away. Mets and Nationals are scoreless in the top of the first. Mackenzie Gore on the mound for the Nationals. Tyler McGill for the Mets tonight. So that'll bring Bichette to the plate. Bichette batting .329. Takes a 97-mile-an-hour fastball just off the plate wide. It's 1-0. .329 with a .907 OPS, 8 home runs. The 1-0 pitch down below the knees. It's 2-0. Braves come into tonight's action 6.5 in front of the Marlins, 7 in front of Phillies, 7.5 in front of the Mets. The 2-0 pitch, swing and fouls it off the chest of Sean Murphy. Brings the count to 2-1. The 2-1 delivery, swing and a miss. 98 miles an hour, a dart on the outer part of the plate, and it's 2-2. So a 2-2 count to Bichette. Strider quickly flips it back up there, 98 miles an hour, fouled away, sawed off into the crowd. We'll do it again at 2-2. A 2-2 pitch. Strider swing and fouls it away, 97 miles an hour. Heck of a battle here going between Bichette and Strider. Bichette, of course, the younger, or the son of the ex-Major League Baseball Rocky player Dante Bichette. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Slider got him. Strike out. And there's 2 away. Of course, this is the first time many of these Blue Jay hitters have seen Strider. The first pitch on the way to Guerrero is a slider swung on and missed just above the knees. It's 0-1. Home plate umpire Laz Diaz is brushing off home plate with his shoe. Must have had something blocking it after that last at bat. The 0-1 to Guerrero. Swing and a miss. Slider off the edge. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch from Strider. He rocks, fires, deals, and it's off the plate wide, down below the knees. 1-2. Spencer Strider about to throw his 17th pitch of the inning. The 1-2 from Spencer. Lets it fly. Fastball just off the plate, 99. It's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch from Strider. He winds up and swing and a miss, strike three. Spencer Strider comes into Canada and strikes out the side. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
So is it a problem that I'm not really religious?
Not for me.
Why not?
I'm not the one going to hell.
So, Skip, you've managed in 2,714. Something cool about that number in the minor
I have?
leagues. 10 towns, 4 levels.
Oh, jeez.
And now you're here. How does it feel? It was so cool to see you with that trophy. How did that feel?
No, it's surreal. I said I was always that guy that sat in my living room watching you guys play in the World Series and thinking, man, I would love to be there and experience the euphoria of what it feels like. You know, I just never thought that I'd be one of those guys that got to do this, honestly. And it's really cool. I'm telling you what, it exceeded all my expectations.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Sammy Sosa is one of the legendary home run hitters of the steroid era. He hit 60 home runs in 3 different seasons, but unbelievably didn't lead the league in any of those years. Every year, either Mark McGwire or Barry Bonds had more.
Small boys had admired other players. They worshipped Christy Mathewson. He was the perfect hero for his age. He seemed to have sprung from the pages of the dime baseball novels American boys now devoured. Sports writers and fans across the country called him the Christian gentleman. No one did more to improve the reputation of the baseball player, and he did it with style.
Matheson would always wait until just about 10 minutes before game time. Then he'd come in from the clubhouse across the field in a long linen duster like auto drivers wore in those days. And at every step, the crowd will yell louder and louder.
He was a commanding presence on the mound, methodically directing the rhythm and pace of each game. He could throw a ball into a tin cup at pitching range, a player remembered, and he took a scientific approach to his work, carefully cataloging his pitches.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Toronto Blue Jays, game number 1 of a 3-game set. Sean Murphy will come to the plate. Righty-righty matchup with Bassett, who threw just 12 pitches in the first inning. First pitch on the way to Sean is a fastball right there inside on the inner cut. It's 0-1. Murphy with a 1040 OPS, 288 on the year, 9 home runs, 32 RBI. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. Flip the sinker in there and just off rhythm, it's 0-2. The 0-2 delivery, swung on and missed, strike 3. 3 pitches, and Murphy will go grab his seat. There's one away. So 1 down, and Eddie Rosario will come to the plate. Rosario with the 708 OPS is average up to 257 now. The first pitch on the way is swung on and grounded weakly over to second base. The second baseman, Merrifield, has it, flips it over to Guerrero. It's a 4-3 putout, and there's quickly 2 away. So 2 outs, and Ozzie Albies comes to the plate. Ozzie batting .272 and .825 OPS, 9 homers, 27 RBI. The first pitch on the way to Ozzie is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Bassett kicks and fires, swing, and that ball's grounded over to second. Another 4-3 putout will end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down quickly. Just 6 pitches in that inning. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No, they weren't because they were
on lockdown.
Exactly.
Okay, they were at a
He's probably
some
promless
teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten state,
They were at a.
If he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I got a mess to clean up, guys. Yeah.
Virtual
There's
prom.
my walk-off for the day. Thanks, Mac.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. For those who don't know, normal human eyesight is 20/20 vision. A research study in 2019 found that the average baseball player has 20/13 vision, with the top 2% of MLB players having 29.2 vision. That means that some baseball players have vision that's more than twice as good as the normal human.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Ball players have to be able to cope with defeat more constantly than anyone else. It isn't just that they lose 4 times out of 6, it's they have to play again tomorrow. And if they lose tomorrow, that's 2 in a row. In a week, you can lose 7 in a row. A losing streak can mount up on you so much faster than a winning streak that it's a kind of terror that grips a team. It's like the spooky music that runs under baseball.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Spencer Strider goes back to work and fires in a 95-mile-an-hour fastball top shelf on the intercut to Dalton Varsho. It's 0-1. Varsho, 710 OPS, 5 home runs. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 97 miles an hour. It's 0-2. Dalton Varsho coming over from the Arizona Diamondbacks, playing left field tonight, but can also catch behind the plate. The 0-2 from Strider on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. And how about that? Strider, 4 batters faced and 4 strikeouts. Blew it right by him, 98 miles an hour. So Spencer Strider, righty-righty matchup versus Chapman. His first pitch is swung on and fouled straight back, 97 miles an hour. It's 0-1. Matt Chapman, very good hitting infielder. Third baseman for the Toronto Blue Jays, 338 average. The 0-1 is a called strike at the knees slider. It's 0-2. 5 home runs at 1004 OPS. The 0-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's popped up. It is high into the right field, and Ronald Acuna Jr. will camp underneath it for out number 2. So that'll bring up Alejandro Kirk, the hind catcher for the Toronto Blue Jays tonight. Righty-righty matchup, and the first pitch on the way is a 96-mile-an-hour fastball right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Might have been a touch off the plate, but Diaz is giving Strider the benefit of the doubt with the early success. The 0-1, 98 miles an hour, high and tight. It's 1-1. Kirk with a 722 OPS, 2 home runs, 11 RBI. Righty-righty matchup, the 1-1 swing and a miss, 97 mile an hour straight gas above the letters, and it's 1-2. Washington has taken a 1-0 lead against the New York Metropolitans, bottom of the first inning. With these strikeouts tonight, Spencer Strider has taken the lead in Major League Baseball, 4 strikeouts, jumping ahead of Gaussman. The 1-2 pitch swung on, and that ball's grounded over towards first. Hit over, and making the play is Olsen, sliding to his knees, flips it to Strider, who's covering the bag, and that'll end the inning. So only 1 strikeout, but another 1-2-3 inning. We'll be back in a flash, top of the 3rd.
I'm a vegetarian, except for fish and the occasional steak. I love steak.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Anthony Rendon has been a very good hitter when healthy, but he has not been afraid to show his love for Taylor Swift. Before the 2016 season in spring training, Rendon showed up with an I Heart Taylor Swift shirt that he made himself.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves, to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
For nearly 20 years, a vaudeville comedian and baseball fanatic named DeWolf Hopper had been reciting a lengthy poem by Ernest Lawrence Thayer called Casey at the Bat, a ballad of the Republic. He had first tried it out on a Broadway audience in 1888 and gotten such applause that he kept it in the act. He would go on to recite the poem more than 10,000 times.
Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Toronto Blue Jays. The first pitch on the way from Bassett is a curveball down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. Travis d'Arnaud is in the box, batting .333, 768 OPS, 5 RBI. The 1-0 to d'Arnaud. Swing, and that ball is hit in towards center field, coming in and chasing it. And an incredible sliding catch by Kiermaier for out number 1. Former Gold Glove winner Kiermaier, who came over from the Rays organization, had to charge that ball. And a feet-first slide with the ball towards his glove side. Great defensive play by Kiermaier. Gets the tip of the cap from Bassett. So 1 down. Michael Harris II stands at the plate. Harris takes the first pitch low for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1 delivery from Bassett. Swing and a miss. Took something off that. Looked like the sinker. High in the zone. It's 1-2. Harris, the 644 OPS, 216 average, 1 home run. The 1-2 pitch swung on. That ball is belted high and deep into the upper deck, but foul down the right field line. He got into that one. Just missed one there. The 1-2 delivery from Bassett. Swing, and that ball's rifled back up the middle. A diving stab and a heck of a play by Bichette for out number 2. So 2 incredible defensive plays by the Blue Jays for the first 2 outs of the inning. Blue Jays were playing Harris to pull, so he was in pretty good position, but still a heck of a grab by Bichette. Orlando Arcia comes to the plate, and he takes the first pitch high for a ball. It's 1-0. Bassett with just 26 pitches so far here in the top of the third with 2 away. The 1-0 to Arcia. Swing and fouled it back. 92 right down the heart of the plate. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Rocks and fires right there at the knees. It's 1-2. Look like the sinker. Arce with the 911 OPS. The 1-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hit hard down the left field line, but plenty foul. Do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 delivery. Off the plate, just misses. It's 2-2. Good eye by Arcia. The 2-2 delivery, just off the plate. Ball 3. Fastball missing off the corner. Braves nothing, Blue Jays nothing. Top of the third inning. The 3-2 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again. It's 3-2. So if nothing else, RC has done something no one else has really been able to do so far, which is drive the pitch count up on Bassett. Just the 33rd pitch of the night. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. Fastball high in the zone. When we come back, Belt, Merrifield, and Kiermaier, the 7-8-9 hitters for Toronto.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2. Popped up. Sandoval in foul territory. Giants win. A World Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside corner. The Royals, 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant. The Cubs win the World Series! And the Cubs have finally won it all!
High fly ball into right field. She is gone! In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Jose Bautista was one of the most electrifying players of all time and has possibly the best bat flip of all time. In 2004, Bautista was struggling at the plate and was subsequently moved around a lot. He started the year with the Orioles, but was traded to the Rays, the Royals, the Mets, and lastly, the Pirates. This made Bautista the first player in baseball history to be on 5 different teams in one season.
John McGraw may have championed the old brawling brand of baseball, but his greatest star was Christy Mathewson, a pitcher with a record for clean play so spotless that his wife once felt she had to defend him by saying that while he was a good man, he was no goody-goody.
Christy Mathewson was so virtuous, he would not give interviews to sports writers who he heard cheated on their wives.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Brandon Belt takes the first pitch high and out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. Belt batting .221, the 1-0 pitch. Right there for a strike, 95 miles an hour, top shelf outer edge. It's 1-1. Righty-lefty matchup. Belt, the ex-San Francisco Giant, digs in. The 1-1 in the dirt. It's 2-1. Belt batting .221 with a 700 OPS, 2 home runs, and 8 RBI. The 2-1 delivery from Strider right there at the knees. 96 mile an hour flame just above the kneecaps, and it's 2-2. The 2-2 from Strider. Slider gets him in the knee. And that'll send Belt down to first. Slider just kind of came off the plate and kept sliding right into his kneecap. Appears to be okay, but it definitely smarted because he was limping down towards first few steps. Can't imagine that feels good. So 1 on, nobody out, the first base runner of the day. First pitch to Merrifield is swung on and missed for a strike. Slider in the dirt. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Spencer
Flips the slider inside. It's 1-1. Braves nothing, Blue Jays nothing. Bottom of the third. It's 1-0 Washington in the second over the Mets. The 1-1 fastball swung on and grounded foul towards the third base side. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count from Strider to Merrifield. Righty-righty matchup. Strider lets it fly. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And there's one away. Merrifield chased that slider well out of the zone into the other batter box. So there's one away. And the number 9 hitter, Kiermaier, comes to the plate. Kiermaier takes the first pitch high and out of the zone. Did he go around third base? Umpire Eric Backus says he did not. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Strider lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's hammered down the right field line. It's going to get down and just foul. I mean, just foul. At first glance, I thought it might have gotten in, but it missed the foul line by about, we'll call it 6 inches or so. So Belt will return to first. A 1-1 count with one away, one on. Here's the pitch in the dirt. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Strider gets set and flips it up there. 97-mile-an-hour fastball is roasted into right field for a base hit. And Acuna fires the ball into the infield quickly. Belt had to slam on the brakes. Ball shot right past Olsen to get into right field. Belt, not a very fast runner. Thought about going, but then thought differently. It's a very fast turf here in Toronto, so that ball, a 2-hopper, went flying past Olsen. That'll bring the leadoff hitter Springer to the plate, and Springer takes the first pitch for a strike, slider on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. They set up outside. The pitch. Swing, and 97-mile-an-hour fastball out of play. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Strider checks the runner back to second. Here's the windup. Fastball down below the knees. It's 1-2. Braves nothing, Blue Jays nothing. Bottom of the third inning. One away. 2 on, 1 out. The 1-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Got him. Pulled the string on that one. And there's 2 away. Big strikeout for Strider. Bo Bichette coming to the plate. Huge pitch right there. Just got Springer out in front. So 2 on, 2 out, bottom of the third, and Bichette comes up, and the first pitch is swung on and roasted foul well out of play, 95 miles an hour, couldn't get around. It's 0-1. Deuces are wild here. 2 on, 2 out. The number 2 hitter, Bichette. Raises the bat over his shoulder. In the closed stance, swing and a miss, 97-mile-an-hour fastball up around the letters. It's 0-2. One more strike to get us out of this mess. Will Strider go to the heat or pull the string? The 0-2 pitch from Strider. Looks the runner back. Here it goes. Swing and a miss. Just got a piece of it. Fouls it back. 97 top shelf. Went straight back to the screen. And it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch off the plate wide. Slider misses. It's 1-2. Two on, two out, 1-2 count. The wind up, the throw, swung on, and that ball is lifted into right center field. On the run, on the fly, making the catch is Money Mike. And we'll head to the top of the fourth. Acuna, Olsen, Riley coming to the plate.
Why is the dog on the counter?
He likes to be tall.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Joey Votto is one of the most patient, disciplined players in the game, and he could be a future Hall of Famer. He also has a ridiculously low pop-up rate over his career, which is at about 2%.
Northern Tool and Equipment.
My girlfriend has given me a pet name.
I'm afraid to ask.
Snuggle Muffin.
No, it isn't.
And she uses it in public.
Okay, so give your girlfriend a pet name she'll hate, like Thunder Chunky.
I couldn't do that.
I see. Too harsh for Snuggle Muffin. Okay. Drown her out with a 200-mile-per-hour cordless leaf blower.
Got it. Here she comes.
Hey, Snuggle Muffin. What are you doing, Snuggle? I am so out of here.
Wait. Come back, Thunder Chunky.
There's no problem a little horsepower can't solve.
Armchair.
Hey, check it out. A snow cone machine.
A snow cone machine?
You're saying it wrong. It's a snow cone machine.
I just found your old milkshake machine.
Oh, we're going to have to move the toaster.
Between seasons, baseball's brightest stars supplemented their salaries on the vaudeville circuit. Outfielder Turkey Mike Donlin of the New York Giants married an actress and performed with her on tour. Cap Anson recited a monologue written for him by George M. Cohan. Even Christy Mathewson once played the Palace.
John McGraw, who had no act, he didn't sing, he didn't dance, not that the other players necessarily did, but they tried. John McGraw would go on the vaudeville circuit in the offseason and simply be John McGraw. He would recite, he would answer questions. It was a sort of a Chautauqua form in a low-life territory.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Toronto Blue Jays. Ronald Acuna Jr. leads off, and the first pitch is swung on and grounded over towards third. Charging, making the play is Chapman, and they gun him down at first, but Acuna turns to the dugout. He thinks he beat it out. It's a close one. We'll have to take a second look at this. I think Acuna might have an argument. Let's see what happens here. They might have just got him. It was by a hair. Yeah, they got him by less than a half step. So no challenge by the Braves. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Olson digs in. The first pitch is swung on and belted high, but not very deep. Can of corn just past second base into shallow center. Bichette is underneath it. There's two away. So two quick outs. And that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Riley takes the first pitch for a strike, and it's 0-1. Riley really not with much of a choice there with two really quick at bats. You got to at least take a pitch there, give your pitcher a chance to catch his breath. The 0-1 pitch swung on and rifled down the right field side, but plenty foul. It's 0-2. Braves nothing, Blue Jays nothing. The 0-2 pitch, swing, and bounced it foul towards the third base dugout. 0-2 once again. Riley with an 0-2 count. Sean Murphy on deck. The wind up, the pitch, swing, and that ball is rifled over to the right-hand side, but a backhanded play by Guerrero flips over to Bassett covering the bag, barely beats him out, and Riley is out for out number 3. So 3 up, 3 down again for Bassett. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
On the subject of this service, what is your opinion of war protesters, and would you today refuse to be drafted?
Honey, I just seem to keep my own personal views about that to myself, because I'm just an entertainer, and I'd really not say.
Do you think other entertainers should keep their views to themselves too?
No, I can't even say that.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Clayton Kershaw is without a doubt a Hall of Famer. In Kershaw's family, he had a great uncle named Clyde Tombaugh. He was an astronomer who, over 100 years ago, discovered the planet Pluto. For those who don't know, eye black is a black adhesive that is used by players to limit glare from the sun. But did you know that none other than Babe Ruth allegedly invented it? Around the 1930s, Ruth was getting distracted by the sun, so he put some black grease under his eyes, and the rest is history.
John Joseph McGraw, player-manager of the contentious Baltimore Orioles, had been one of the first National Leaguers to jump to the American League in 1901. But he had not liked it there. He could not bear to have anyone tell him how to play the game. When McGraw refused to stop the constant abuse of umpires, for which he was infamous, Johnson suspended him. McGraw never forgave Johnson. He returned to the National League as manager of the New York Giants, a job he would hold for 31 years, leading his team to 10 pennants and ending in the first division 28 times. No one made a move on the field without his consent. McGraw was said once to have fined a player for hitting a home run that drove in 2 runs because he had ordered him to bunt. The main idea, John McGraw said, is to win. When McGraw won the National League pennant in 1904, he took an especially sweet revenge on Van Johnson. Rather than have anything to do with the league that had suspended him, he simply refused to play the Boston Pilgrims for the championship. There was no World Series in 1904.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Spencer Strider back to work quickly after another short inning by the Braves. The first pitch on the way to Guerrero is a fastball, blows it right by him, 98 miles an hour, top shelf, outer edge, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 98. Same spot, same pitch, same location, same result. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch, fastball just misses inside. It's 1-2. Guerrero 0 for 1 with the strikeout in the first. Guerrero asks for time. Home plate umpire Las Diaz grants it. The 1-2 pitch swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line, but plenty foul. Do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 pitch, swing and pops it up. It is a can of corn high in the sky. Olsen will grab it in very shallow right field. There's one away. So 1 down. Real quick update. Tampa Bay leads New York 2-1. That game is in the third. Garrett Cole on the mound tonight for New York. Washington leads the Mets 1-0. That game is in the second. First pitch on the way from Strider's a fastball, top of the zone, called for a strike to Varsho. It's a 0-1. The 0-1 right there for a strike, 97 miles an hour, dots the corner, and it's 0-2. Varsho 0 for 1 with the strikeout his first time up. The 0-2 delivery from Spencer, 98 mile an hour fastball, just off the plate wide. It's 1-2. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him. 98 mile an hour fastball. Right down Main Street. The locomotive came down the line. Might have actually got a small piece of that to foul tip it into the glove, but either way, to strike out into away. 2 outs for Matt Chapman, who flew out in the second. The first pitch is a slider on the edge, called for a strike. It's 0-1. So far, so good for Strider. Really has been locating his pitches. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 98 miles an hour on the outer edge. It's 0-2. Chapman calls for time. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and popped up. That's going to get out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. 99 miles an hour, top of the zone. Braves nothing, Bluejays nothing. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 98 miles an hour, top shelf. That'll end the inning. When we come back, the heart of the Braves order coming to the plate.
Is that the sass we love or the back talk we hate?
Unclear. You know, there's a fine line between quippy and mean. I show her Golden Girls. It's just not sinking in.
Okay.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Ted Williams is undoubtedly a top 5 hitter in the history of baseball. When he passed away, parts of his family claimed that he wanted to be put into a state of biostasis through being cryogenically frozen. So, surgeons decapitated Williams, froze his body in a giant cylinder, and froze his head in a steel can. This was done with the hope that one day he could be revived from the dead.
August 3rd, 1903. To the editor, it makes sense to teach a child to play chess. But what is the point of a crazy game like baseball? Here in educated America, adults play baseball. They run after a leather ball like children. I want my boy to grow up to be a mensch, not a wild American runner.
Dear sir, let your boy play baseball and play it well, so long as it does not interfere with his education or get him into bad company. Let us not so raise the children that they should grow up foreigners in their own birthplace. Abraham Kahan, editor.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Bassett is swung on and bang foul down the left field line. It's 0-1. Sean Murphy standing at the dish. The 0-1 from Bassett. Kicks and fires down below the knees. Change up missing. It's 1-1. Still 1-0 in Washington. Nationals over the Metropolitans. The 1-1 from Bassett. Right there, taking first strike. Sinker kind of buckled Murphy. It's 1-2. The 1-2. Roxon lets it go out of the zone, well out of the zone. It's 2-2. Spencer Strider now has 8 strikeouts in 4 innings. The 2-2 from Bassett. Winds and deals, swing, and fouls it straight back. Do it again at 2-2. It's his 12th consecutive start with 8 or more strikeouts. The 2-2 from Bassett. Lets it go, swing, and fouls it back. Fastball. About letter high. We'll do it again at 2-2. Chris Bassett at just 45 pitches right now as we're in the top of the 5th inning with nobody out. The 2-2 delivery. Bassett, swing and a miss, strike 3. Curveball got him. Murphy tried to hold back but couldn't keep that back foot back. Got out in front, and there's one away. Nice pitch. Sure, after all that hard stuff, that was a really difficult pitch to try to deal with. So Chris Bassett, who's pitching a really good game in his own right, will now see Eddie Rosario. The first pitch of Rosario is a 93-mile-an-hour fastball, top of the zone, blew it right by him on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing and hammered down the right field line. That baby is fair, and it is in the corner. It's going to rattle around like a pinball, and Eddie Rosario is standing on second. Picked up speed for a second, thought he might have a chance to go 3, but thought better of it and just coasted into second for a 1-out double. Hit the scoreboard real quick. Reds lead the Marlins 2-1 in the bottom of the 5th inning. That is the debut of the much heralded Marlins top prospect. As the first pitch to Ozzie Albies is right there for a strike on the inner cut. It's 0-1. Yuri Perez on the mound tonight for the Marlins. The 0-1 in the dirt. Did that get him? Ozzie had to dance out of the way. I think that might have got him. Not sure, though. He's hopping around. And he is heading down to first. It did get him. So runners on first and second, 1 away. Looked like the soft stuff, possibly a curveball. So see where it got him. It bounced and then hit him in the calf. So he might have done more damage from the fall. Ozzie appears to be okay. Yuri Perez, the 20-year-old prospect from the Dominican Republic, starting for the Marlins tonight. Much anticipated. They trail Cincinnati and Ashcraft 2-1. Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate, runners on first and second, and 1 out. And here comes Rosario, and he's going to try to steal third, and he gets gunned down. I'm not sure what he was doing there. I guess he thought he could catch Kirk napping, but he absolutely was hosed down the third base line, and there's now 2 away. Ozzie stayed put at first. Looking at the replay, that's not even close. He must have thought he had something. I don't know if he was expecting the curveball or... Anyways, unfortunately, the runner in scoring position no more. We got 2 out, 1 on. Travis d'Arnaud. Of course, if he can send one into the corner, Ozzy's got the speed to score. They're going to call a balk, I believe, on Bassett. Bassett does not like it, but it didn't look like he came to a full stop. If Rosario had only waited one more ball, right? He'd be standing on third as well. But at least we've got one in scoring position. Runner on second, 2 away, and an 0-1 count on Travis d'Arnaud. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch, the 0-1 pitch is inside, but Travis did go around, says home plate umpire Laz Diaz, and it's 0-2. Did look like he went around. One of those excuse me, didn't mean to swings. The 0-2 to d'Arnaud. Down below the knees. It's 1-2. Mariners lead the Tigers 6-2 in the 5th. Pirates 1-0 over the Orioles in the 4th. Cardinals 2-0 over the Red Sox in the 4th. Angels and Guardians knotted up at 2. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Good block by Kirk. Ozzy will stay put at second. And it's a 2-2 count to Travis d'Arnaud. Standing on deck, Michael Harris. Rest of the games start later on this evening. A few about to begin. The 2-2 pitch from Bassett. Inside, hits him. Oh, man, it hit d'Arnaud right in the hand, and he does not have a good look on his face. Hopefully he's okay. Here come the trainers. Are you kidding me? That would be some bad luck for d'Arnaud, who just came off the IL. He's wincing. Snicker's going to come out there and talk to him as well. We'll wait to see what happens here. Wouldn't shock me with him being the DH that they may just pull him to go get it looked at. Oh, it's right on the wrist. I thought it was on the hands, on the wrist, the left wrist. See, was trying to turn away. The ball tailed inside. No malice intended there. That doesn't make it feel any better. d'Arnaud appears to be able to stay in, so we'll see. Of course, we've seen this many times where the runner stays in and then later on they get pulled. So we'll see how that plays out, but so runners on first and second and 2 outs. Michael Harris standing in there, and the first pitch is swung on and missed. Sinker outside for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Harris. Just off the plate. Tried to get him to chase that same pitch, but this time he laid off. It's 1-1. Knicks lead the Heat 31-17 in the first quarter. Elimination game for the Knicks. The 1-1 pitch. High and out of the zone. Kirk's going to fire it down to second to try to catch Ozzy napping. Ozzy's well back before the throw. It's 2-1. You don't expect Kirk to be as active as he is back there. It's kind of a short, pudgy catcher. He's listed around 5'8", 5'9". He looks more like 5'6", 200. The 2-1 pitch. High and out of the zone. Ball 3, 3-1. So a 3-1 count to Michael. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Orlando Arcia stands on deck. Acuna in the hole. Things keep going. The 3-1 pitch. High and out of the zone. Ball 4, and the bases are jam-packed. So Bassett, who had been cruising, hits a couple of batters. Just think if Rosario had not gotten thrown out at third, we'd be talking about a 1-0 lead with one out and the bases loaded. Kirk and Bichette are going to come out and talk to Bassett on the mound. So the powwow is over on the hill. Everyone will go back to their positions. Bases are loaded, 2 outs. Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. The first pitch to Arcia is inside, almost gets him. It's 1-0. 93 miles an hour. He had to bend out of the way. The 1-0, high and out of the zone, ball 2, 2-0. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Orlando Arcia, righty-righty matchup. The 2-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit high and heading towards right field, making the catch is Springer in foul territory, and the inning is over. So the Braves threaten, but Arcia pops out to end the inning. We'll be back in a flash, heading to the bottom of the 5th, bottom of the order for the Blue Jays.
You could be like, I'm so sad, and somebody's like, oh, but you're beautiful. I know, I'm depressed, not ugly. Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Vladimir Guerrero Sr. was a hitting machine and is, of course, the father of superstar Vladimir Guerrero Jr. But did you know that Vlad Sr. was almost a Dodger twice? He spent 8 months at Dodger facilities as a rookie in 1993, but they decided not to sign him. Then, when Vlad was a free agent in 2004, the Dodgers went after him again. In fact, the Dodgers were so close to signing Vlad that their executives were congratulating each other for seemingly closing the deal. But he signed with the Angels instead, which is the team that is on his hat in the Hall of Fame.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
In 1905, John McGraw and his Giants won the National League pennant again, and this time, when Connie Mack's Philadelphia Athletics took the American League Championship, he agreed to take them on in the World Series. His decision not to play the year before had cost his players $1,000 each, as much as 1/2 their yearly salaries. Mathewson, who had won 31 games that season, easily deceived the hitters on the Athletics in the series, pitching a record 3 shutouts in 6 days, 27 innings, and not a single run. The greatest pitching performance in World Series history. The Giants easily beat Philadelphia, 4-1. With Christy Mathewson, New York looked unbeatable.
Mathewson was the greatest pitcher who ever lived. It was wonderful to watch him pitch when he wasn't pitching against you, Connie Mack.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Toronto Blue Jays knotted up at 0 apiece. And Strider versus Kirk. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way is swung on. That ball's hammered down the left field line, but foul. He was sitting on that slider. It's 0-1. Alejandro Kirk 0-for-1 with a ground out in the second. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and it's a strike. Swing and a miss, and his bat went airborne into the Blue Jays dugout. It took off so fast. At first I thought he'd broken the bat, but then when Murphy pulled the ball out of his glove, I realized that thing just took off. They're showing the replay of the bat coming towards the dugout. and fire in the hole. Everyone was running for cover. So 0-2 to Kirk, and fastball swung on and fouled back out of play. It's do it again at 0-2. The 0-2 pitch, swing and pops it up, giving chase underneath foul territory. Riley's got it, and there's one away. For folks who may not be aware of it, with the Blue Jays not being not in our division, but not in our league, the old Marlins coach, ex-Dodger manager, ex-Marlin manager, Don Mattingly is the bench coach for the Toronto Blue Jays. So that'll bring Belt to the plate, and he headed down to first last time up with the hit by pitch. The first pitch is a fastball on the outside. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, 96 miles an hour off the plate. It's 2-0. The 2-0 from Strider, swing and a miss. Slider, inner part of the plate that just dove towards the ankles. It's 2-1. The 2-1, swing and a miss, 97 miles an hour, letter high over the plate. It's 2-2. Braves nothing, Toronto nothing. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three, got him. And there's two away. If you're wondering about the Philadelphia Phillies, they start in about 20 minutes out in Colorado. Taijuan Walker on the mound for the Phillies, Gomber for the Rockies. Spencer Strider now with 9 strikeouts. And the first pitch on the way to Merrifield is swung on and rifled into right field. That'll get down for a 2-out single here in the bottom of the 5th. Fastball in the outer. They were setting up on the outer part of the plate. The fastball kind of drifted in. Merrifield was able to get good wood on it. 1 on, 2 away. And Kiermaier steps to the plate. First pitch to Kiermaier, 97 mile an hour fastball, outer edge, swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. Kiermaier had a single in the 3rd inning. The 0-1 from Strider. Rocks and fires. Fastball right there. It's 0-2, 96. Kiermaier batting .294 with 2 home runs, 12 RBI. Strider turns around and flips and fires it over to first. Merrifield's underneath the tag. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Strider fastball high and out of the zone, 98 miles an hour. It's 1-2. Braves nothing, Blue Jays nothing. We head back to the top of the 6th, the top of the order for your Atlanta Braves. The 1-2 pitch, right there, strike. Whoa, that was a strike. Laz Diaz missed that one. It's 2-2. Even Murphy was getting up and heading towards the dugout. Strider had spun and was ready to head home. So we'll do it again. A 2-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled back out of play. Do it again at 2-2. A 2-2 count. Runner on first, 2 away. Strider at 78 pitch. Mark. The wind up, the pitch, off the plate wide, ball 3, and Merrifield steals second on the play. Merrifield got a really good jump. Murphy didn't even attempt to throw down there. He just stuck it in his back pocket. He had a hop, a skip, and a running jump. Strider probably still ticked off about that call. The 3-2 inside, ball 4. Now he's lost him. So Kiermaier walks down to first. Strider, what should have been a strike 3, I think might have him rattled a little bit. So he's going to have to regain his composure and get back to it. Time is called for equipment for Merrifield, who had to get the tape off his arm. And his belt broke. Must have been on the slide heading into second. So Merrifield stands on second. Kiermaier on first. His speed on the base paths. And the top of the order back to the plate. George Springer 0 for 2. Dangerous hitter. The first pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Slider got him out of his shoes. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Strider. Looking back, the runner at second. Lets it fly. Swing and a miss. Slider got him again. The slider from Strider. It's 0-2. See what he dials up here now. With 2 strikes. The 0-2 pitch. Strider spins around, runs Merrifield back to second base to keep him close. So Strider will get back on the bump. The 0-2 pitch from Spencer. Staring down Merrifield at second. The 0-2 pitch swinging. That ball's hammered into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Here comes the throw. Rosario lets it fly, and the run will score. A throw down to second. Comes back home, and a second run scores. Poor defensive decisions by the Braves leads to an extra run. It's 2-0 Toronto. Runner was on third, and Springer went to stretch the single into a double. The ball came back to Ozzie. Ozzie quickly chucked it back to Murphy because Kiermaier was flying around. The throw was a little off the line, but didn't have much of a chance of getting there. Looks like they might be taking a look at this. At first glance, they might have got him. It wasn't a great throw. It was off. I think they might have got him. Looking at the replay, I didn't see this angle. I think he might have got him right on the side before he ever touches. They did get him. See, yeah, they absolutely got him. Diaz wasn't in great positioning. It was a great defensive play by Murphy. It wasn't a strong throw by Ozzie, but he was just trying to get it back to the bag. All in all, it wasn't a good idea to throw it down to second, but pretty sure they got him. They did get him. He's out. Well, the good news is he's out. The bad news is we trail 1-0. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
What did you say to your old teammates at the end there when you were standing in front of the bench?
Take their ass home. Long flight to LA. Take y'all ass home.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. How were blue check marks on Twitter partially caused by Baseball Manager? Hall of Famer Tony La Russa, when he was managing the Cardinals in 2009, a La Russa impersonator posted something on Twitter that made Tony pretty mad. The troll tweeted, "Lost 2 out of 3, but we made it out of Chicago without one drunk driving incident or dead pitcher." The tweet referenced La Russa's DUIs, as well as Darryl Kyle and Josh Hancock, who were 2 Cardinals pitchers who had recently died. The tweet was very offensive, and La Russa, who actually has a law degree, ended up suing Twitter. The case was eventually dropped, but as a result, Twitter introduced verification badges to make sure that the accounts with them were genuine.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
In 1900, the Giants had taken a huge risk and traded their greatest pitcher, Amos Russi, for a 19-year-old rookie. Russi had 245 wins behind him, and as it turned out, none ahead of him. The Hoosier Thunderbolt went back to digging ditches in Indiana. The rookie had no major league wins when he joined the team, but he had 373 ahead of him. His name was Christy Mathewson.
Matty was without a peer. He had a greater variety of stuff than any pitcher I ever knew or handled. His fastball was the equal of Walter Johnson or Amos Russi's. He had the fadeaway down to perfection, and he utilized his knowledge of batsmen with greater effect than any twirler in the game. He possessed wonderful control, remarkable fielding ability, and was one of the finest sportsmen the game has ever known.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is shot into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit, and it's a leadoff single for your Atlanta Braves. First pitch swinging by Acuna. Bassett's still in there. Center fielder Kiermaier had to play it off the hop. It's kind of in no man's land. So Braves trail 1-0. Acuna on first. Matt Olson steps to the plate. First pitch to Olson is right there for a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way to Olson. High and out of the zone. It's 1-1. Nationals lead the Mets 1-0. The 1-1 pitch. High and outside. 2-1. Lane Thomas, the right fielder for the Nationals, made an incredible catch at the wall to preserve the 1-0 lead. They're heading to the 4th inning. He absolutely robbed someone. I don't know who was batting. The 2-1 pitch off the plate, but called for a wide strike. It's 2-2. Olson doesn't like it. I can't blame him. That was 3 inches off the plate easily. Diaz known for a very inconsistent strike zone. So a 2-2 count. Bassett's taking a walk around the mound for a second. The 2-2 on the way inside, ball 3, 3-2. Misses with the slider. Now with a 3-2 count, Olson will take a quick timeout. He's ready to back in. The 3-2. Kirk sets up outside. Here's the pitch. Swung on and just bangs it foul to stay alive. We'll do it again at 3-2. Acuna was on the move. So runner on first, a full count to Olson. Bassett's taking his time again. The 3-2 pitch. He has to turn around and fire it over to first real quick to keep Acuna by. And by the way, when he finally did that, there was only 2 seconds left on the pitch clock. Guerrero and Acuna must be buddies because they're doing the shoving thing that you see a few of them do in the infield playfully at first base. The 3-2 pitch, high and outside, ball 4, and runners on first and second. Nobody out. Austin Riley coming to the plate. Good at bat by Olsen. Rays and Yankees are now tied at 2. That game is in the 6th. Cubs and Twins just got underway. Brewers lead the Royals 1-0. That game just started. So runners on first and second, nobody out. The first pitch to Riley is right there for a strike on the inner cut. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Riley. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's rifled over towards third. Running and making the play is Chapman, and having to run over, tag the bag, fire it over to first. And it looks like it's going to be a 5-3 double play. It's a close play right there at first. To see the replay, Riley doesn't run that well. He had a long way to go. See the replay. Yeah, he just got him by about a half step. Riley hustling all the way, but failed to beat out the throw. So Murphy comes up now with the tying run on second, but 2 outs. First pitch to Sean is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Nationals just took a 2-0 lead in the 4th on the Mets. The 1-0 to Murphy. On the way, swing, and that ball's hammered down towards left field, right at the left fielder. Good catch by Varsho. And that'll end the inning. Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I mean, the less you have going on, the less you have to worry about. Look at me. I got nothing going on. I got nothing to worry about. Except your future.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the past 17 seasons, there have only been 5 players to have at least 1 at-bat each year. Those 5 are Albert Pujols, Miguel Cabrera, Yadier Molina, Nelson Cruz, and weirdly enough, Jeff Mathis.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana. Better water, better you.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
There's nothing about baseball that calls for any sort of superhuman proportion or skill, or it at least appears that way. There's the illusion that it doesn't. As boys and girls, we grow up playing it, or we grow up playing softball. And we see the people who are playing it professionally now, and they don't look that different from us. They're not 6'8". They don't weigh 275 pounds. They're not on skates. They're not doing something that is beyond our reach. So the connection for those of us who played it on sandlots and in schoolyards is very easily grasped.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, the Atlanta Braves trail 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. First pitch on the way. Swing and a miss strike to Bichette. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. High. Did he go around? 97 miles an hour. First base umpire Mike Estabrook says he did not. The 1-2 pitch, swing and rifle down the line. Do it again at 1-2. One-two delivery from Strider. Off the plate wide, 98 miles an hour. Just misses. It's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Slider got him. And there's one away. Good pitch by Spencer Strider. That'll bring Vladimir Guerrero Jr. to the plate. Jr. takes the first pitch way outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Ball went in the dirt, skipped to the backstop. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Slider got him reaching. It's 1-1. Spencer Strider now at 91 pitches. The 1-1 pitch. Right there for a strike, strike 2. Guerrero didn't like it. Did look like it could be a little bit below the knees. Quickly back to work. Strider looks in. He lets it fly down below the knees and off the plate. It's 2-2. Got a 2-2 count. Bottom of the 6th. Braves trail by 1. Swing, and that ball's popped up high in the sky into right center field, and they lost it in the lights. They lost it in the lights, and it's down for a base hit. Both Harris and Acuna lost it in the lights. And an unfortunate turn of events puts a runner on second with one away. The sun is setting here in Canada, and Acuna comes up and he puts his hands up because I don't know where it is. Harris goes, hell if I know too. So the ball came down and it ended up reaching just before the warning track in right center. Harris was able to corral it fast enough to keep Guerrero to just a double. I think most runners are standing on third. So 1 on, 1 out, and the first pitch to Varsho is a 96-mile-an-hour fastball off the plate for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 on the way. Swing and a miss, 97 miles an hour. It's 0-2. To Varsho, the 97th pitch of the night from Strider. Winds, deals, lets it go, swung on and fouled back out of play, 97 miles an hour, top of the zone. We'll do it again at 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way from Strider. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Fastball out of the zone, and Varsho chased. his 11th of the night, and there's 2 away. Toronto 1, Braves nothing. Runner on second, 2 out. First pitch on the way to Chapman is a fastball right there in the inner part of the plate. For a strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1 from Strider. Looking back, the runner kicks and deals. Swing, and that ball's hammered into center field, going back, making the catch is Money Mike, and that'll end the inning. So the Blue Jays threaten but fail to score. When we come back, Rosario, Albies, and Darnode coming to the plate.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Prince Fielder is one of the most memorable home run hitters in the recent past, whose career was unfortunately cut short. His father, Cecil Fielder, was also known for hitting home runs. Cecil finished his career with 319 home runs, and 18 years later, his son Prince also finished his career with 319 home runs.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov.
Alta Weiss was a doctor's daughter from Ragersville, Ohio, who began to pitch for boys' teams at the age of 14. At 17, she joined a men's semi-professional team.
Miss Weiss can easily lay claim to being the only one who can handle the ball from the pitcher's box in such style that some of the best semi-pros are made to fan the atmosphere. The Lorraine Times-Herald.
1,200 people turned out to see her make her professional debut. She gave up only 4 hits and a single run in 5 innings. Soon, special trains were being run out from Cleveland whenever she pitched, and thousands paid to see her play. In 1908, her father bought her a barnstorming semi-pro team, which he renamed the Weiss All-Stars. She eventually put herself through medical school with her earnings, practiced as a physician, and spent her last years sitting on her porch in Ohio, watching children play the game she loved. But it would be 4 decades before women finally got a chance to play in their own professional league.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 1-0. We head to the top of the 7th inning. First pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario. He's taken for a ball in the dirt. It's 1-0. Chris Bassett is back out there, just 76 pitches into the night. Rosario 1 for 2. The 1-0 from Bassett. Swung on and missed. Top of the zone. It's 1-1. About time to turn back time here on Braves Country Baseball. We'll try to squeeze these in as we go. The 1-1 pitch. Lets it fly, swing, and pops it up. That'll be easy playable into left field. Varsho makes the catch, and there's 1 away. On this date, in 1910, issuing just 1 walk, which spoils his bid for a perfect game, A's right-hander Chief Bender, who is part Chippewa, throws a 4-0 no-hitter at Shibe Park against the Cleveland Naps. The home plate umpire is Bill Deneen. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is swung on. He hits it hard into right field, making the catch of Springer, and there's 1 away. The home plate umpire is Bill Deneen, who tossed a no-hit game against the White Sox playing the Pilgrims in 1905, making him the only person in big league history to throw a no-hitter and call one as an umpire. The Cleveland Naps would later be known as the Cleveland Indians, named after Chief Bender. First pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is taken for a strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. d'Arnaud, 324 average. The 0-1 right there at the knees. It's 0-2. On this date, 1915, White Sox pitcher Red Faber throws 67 pitches in a complete game 4-1 victory over the Senators. 1-1 pitch. Just grabs the outside part of the plate. It's 1-2. The future Hall of Fame right-hander keeps his pitch count by needing to only throw 3 pitches to retire the side in the 3rd and 5th innings. 67 pitches, complete game. 1915. Time is called. So d'Arnaud and Bassett will take a second to reset. On this date, 1948, WBZ TV, the first Red Sox game ever televised from Fenway, is the 1-2 pitch to d'Arnaud. Swung on and pops it up. Will that stay in play? Making chase. Just misses the catch over by the netting is Guerrero. First base side, and it's 1-2. Boston scores 3 times in that first televised game in the bottom of the 10th inning for a 6-5 walk-off victory. Bobby Dare's 3-run home run ends the contest after the White Sox tallied 2 runs in the top of the frame. So a 1-2 pitch from Bassett. Inside, good take by d'Arnaud. It's 2-2. And on this date, 1956, at Ebbets Field, Carl Erskine throws his second career no-hitter against the crosstown rival Giants. The 2-2 from Bassett, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So we'll head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Get up and stretch, Braves country. We need just 1 run.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3.
Casey Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown through every stew. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, stretch around and be home all again.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. They don't win in the game.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Strider, who's back out there. Misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Strider swung on and grounded over towards third. Riley's got it, grabs it, flips it over to first. And it's a 5-3 put out to retire Kirk here in the bottom of the 7th. Spencer Strider at 102 pitches. The number 6 hitter retired. So 7 and 8 due up. That'll bring Brandon Belt from the left side. First pitch to Belt is a swing and a miss slider in the dirt. It's 0-1. Spencer Strider with 11 strikeouts. The 0-1 pitch right there for a strike. It's 0-2. Slider to start it off. The 0-2 delivery. Swing, and that ball's hammered into the right field corner. It's going to get down for a base hit up against the wall. Acuna's got it, fires it over into the second, and just getting there before the throw is Belt with the one-out double. A little surprised that Strider didn't go to the hard stuff after setting him up with the two sliders. Tried to go slider 3 times in a row. And Belt was on that one. So it looks like they're going to pinch run for Brandon Belt. He does not run well at all. It's the first time I've seen him play in a while. Man, he was gimping around the bags. So pinch runner Nathan Lukes comes in for Brandon Belt. The first pitch on the way to Brett Merrifield is right there for a strike. At the knees, it's 0-1. The 0-1 slider right there at the knees again. It's 0-2. Danny Young and Kirby Yates are warming up in the bullpen. The lefty and the righty. The 0-2 pitch. Strider lets it go. Fastball. They're going to call that high, I guess. 1-2. 98 looked like it dotted the top of the zone. The 1-2 from Strider. Pitch 109 on the way. Down below the knees, it's 2-2. Marlins and Reds are tied at 4 in the 7th. The 2-2 pitch. Strider lets it go. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 98 right down the pipe. And there's 2 away. So that'll bring up the number 9 hitter. Got to figure this may be, whether it's an out or not, his final batter. No, he's not even going to make it. Snicker's going to pull the ball out of his hand and go to the pen. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Being number 2, being number 4.
That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley had the big home run earlier. And Austin Riley, lifetime, is 0 for 2 against Treinen. In Atlanta, a single could win this game. Austin Riley stands at the plate. Peterson is on deck. Jock Peterson, by the way, is 2 for 4 lifetime versus Treinen. Here's the swung on, and it is rolled down the line. It's going to rattle around, and oh, baby boy, here comes Ozzie Albies. He's going to score. The Braves walk it off in fine fashion. Oh, my word, the first pitch, and it is absolutely Scooby-Doo down the line. How about that?
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
In 1882, William Hulbert died, and control of the National League and his old team, the Chicago White Stockings, passed to his second in command, A.G. Spaulding.
The magnet must be a strong man among strong men. Everything is possible to him who dares. Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
The railroads had Commodore Vanderbilt. Big Steel had Andrew Carnegie. Big Oil, John D. Rockefeller. Baseball had Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Danny Young will come into the game to face Kiermaier, and the first pitch from Young is way off the plate. Good stop by Murphy as that ball was off the plate out of the zone. It's 1-0. Lefty-lefty matchup. Young kicks and delivers well off the plate again, 2-0. So if this doesn't work for Snicker, he'll have the lefty facing the top of the order with nothing but right-handed power bats. The 1-0 pitch. High and out of the zone ball, 3-0. Seems like a strange strategy to go with Young. The 3-0 pitch on the way. Right there for a strike. Maybe not, but we got the benefit of the doubt. It's 3-1. Runner on second, 2 outs. The 3-1 pitch from Young. Inside ball 4, a 5-pitch walk, and now Young's got to face George Springer. Just needing 1 out. So Springer has a chance to pad the lead here for the Blue Jays with 2 outs. Bottom of the 7th, 2 on. The first pitch from Young is well inside. 1-0. Young really hasn't been near the plate at all in this outing. The 1-0 from Young. Off the plate again, 2-0. He's preoccupied with the runner at second. Keeps looking back and focusing on that. I don't know what he's worried about. There's 2 outs. Seriously doubt he steals. The 2-0 pitch. Inside ball 3-0. Nowhere near the strike zone, Danny Young. You could tell Strider was visibly upset that they pulled him out of the game. And I can't blame him. He's got to be given the opportunity to face that last batter. The 3-0 pitch. Off the plate, wide ball, 4-4, a 4-pitch walk. So he's come in, thrown 9 pitches, and 8 have been balls. And the one that was a strike, you can argue was not. Kranitz is going to come out there to talk to him. The bases are now loaded. Bo Bichette coming to the plate. Not what you want. But I don't know if you can necessarily blame Young for this. This was the coaching staff going with the lefty, knowing that if he didn't get Kiermaier, it was going to be the top of the order with 3 consecutive power bats from the right-hand side of the plate. You just got to hope that Young flips one in there and they don't hit it square. Kirby Yates is warmed up in the pen, but he still has to face one more batter per the new rules from a few years ago. You almost wonder if he should just walk him so you can go get the right-hander. First pitch on the way to Bichette is well out of the zone to the backstop. A run's going to score, and it's 2-0. And now I would say go ahead and walk him. Walk him and bring in the right-hander. You don't realistically want to see Vladimir Guerrero, but Young is nowhere near the plate. This decision to bring in Young has backfired on Snicker. The 1-0 pitch swung on, and that ball is grounded back up the middle. Ozzy's got it, flips it over to first, and mercifully the inning's over, but not before Toronto scores another run. It's 2-0. Harris, Arcia, and Acuna are coming to the plate.
Here's my problem with cats. Best case scenario, you get the smartest cat in the world, he still craps in your house. I'll tell you what, instead of getting a cat, why don't we all just stop flushing?
Braves Country Today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
I was a natural-born kicker, bent upon making trouble for others. I had an instinctive dislike both to study and work, and I shirked them whenever the opportunity offered. Cap Anson.
His real name was Adrian Constantine Anson, but those who cheered him for 27 years knew him first as Baby, then as Cap, and finally as Pop. He was the greatest player of his century. Anson played every position but pitcher for the Philadelphia Athletics, then joined Spalding's Chicago White Stockings and became first baseman and captain. He batted over .300 for 20 consecutive seasons, drove in 1,700 runs, and was the first man ever to accumulate 3,000 hits. Chicago fans loved Anson, but his players did not. He was too stern a taskmaster for that, imposing bed checks, levying $100 fines for beer drinking, insisting they report for a new early season workout he called spring training. Cap Anson was the symbol, one writer said, of all that was strong and good in baseball.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves trail 2-0. Michael Harris will come to the plate. First pitch on the way is a swing and a foul tip into the glove of Kirk. It's 0-1. Bassett back out there, just 86 pitches on the night as the Braves have been early swinging. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and bang foul. Nope, it's going to stay fair. Right into the glove of Guerrera. He steps on the bag. And Harris is an easy out. There's one away. The thing about what took place last inning is, the way I see it, if you are worried about Strider's pitch count and you're going to take him out of the game, you don't put Young in. First pitch on the way to RC is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Because Young was coming in to face a light hitting lefty in Kiermaier, and if he doesn't get him, he's got to face the top of the order with 3 right-handed hitters. The 1-0 pitch, high and out of the zone, it's 2-0. You either let Strider face Kiermaier, or you bring Yates in, because that's who he had up. I mean, let's be honest, in a 1-0 game, I'd prefer to have someone else up, but the 2-0 pitch, swing, and that ball's hit high and not very far. Underneath it is Varsho, and it's a quick 2 outs. So you either let Strider go for it, or if you're going to pull him, Danny Young is not the way to go there. Danny Young comes in if you're down 5 runs, up 9 runs. You don't put Danny Young in there when you're down by 1 in the 7th inning. So 2 outs. There's a meeting on the mound there. Schneider, the manager, is coming out there to talk to Bassett. I guess just see how he feels. They're going to let him go. Ronald Acuna Jr. will come to the plate. Bassett, 90 pitches, 6 strikeouts, 2 walks, just 2 hits allowed. The first pitch on the way is a swing and a pop-up, and that's going to be an easy out, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We head to the bottom of the 9th, trail by 2.
You come at the K, you best not miss.
1 strike they count to Gwynn, and the fastball inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. At first, second, and short. And Gooden catches the outside corner with a fastball. So it's 1-2. Curveball and hit foul down the left side.
Giving him an off-speed pitch that he can really handle with a man on third, the infield back, especially through the middle. It's like giving up the run.
Goes back to the fastball, and it's fouled into the stands. So
Shortstop, Bart to the second baseman.
And the fastball for a ball. It's 2-2. And again, the fastball. That puts the count at 3-2. And as you pointed out, Rusty, he does not strike out often. Got caught looking yesterday. 3-2 pitch, and it's hit down the line. It's foul. 3-2. 3-2 curveball out of the strike zone. So Gooden wins that one.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by our mystery sponsor, a product that is so good that they're paying us to keep anyone from associating it with this program.
Just a bit outside. Ball 4. Ball 8.
On many summer day, I played baseball starting at 8 in the morning, running home at noon for a quick meal, and again with fielding and batting till it was too dark to see the ball. These were times when my head seemed empty of everything but baseball names and figures. I could name the players who led in batting and fielding and the pitchers who had won the most games. And I had my opinions about who was better than anybody else in the national game. Carl Sandburg.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Kirby Yates will come on. 12 2/3 innings, 2.84 ERA, 11 walks, and 17 strikeouts. Braves trail by just 2. Meanwhile, the Mets are threatening in Washington. They've got the bases loaded. They trail by 2. The bases are loaded, and Lindor is at the plate. So that'll bring Vladimir Guerrero Jr. to the bat. And the first pitch to Vlad is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Nationals are wearing their throwback uniforms tonight. Probably some of the sharper ones out there. The 1-0 pitch swung on and banged foul. It's 1-1. If you haven't seen them, they're like a dark silver gray. The 1-1 high and inside almost gets Vlad. 2-1. 93 miles an hour. Got away from Yates. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's grounded over towards third. Riley's got it. Flips it over to first, and it's a 5-3 put out. Bottom of the 8th. Mets have taken the lead as Lindor hit a bases clearing double. So that'll bring up the left-handed bat of Dalton Varsho. He's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts, but he doesn't have to face Strider anymore. The first pitch to Varsho is a strike right there inside. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit high in the sky, and it's gone. So the first time he doesn't face Strider, Dalton Varsho plants Kirby Yates' fastball deep into the seats, and it's 3-0 Toronto. Varsho is a fastball about letter high, and he's a high fastball hitter, and he did not miss that one bit. Clubbed that 413 feet away. First pitch on the way from Yates to Chapman is a fastball strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swinging, just got a piece of it, fouled it off the plate. It's 0-2. Braves trail 3-0. They do have the heart of the order coming up in the 9th. Bassett looked like he was at his end. The 0-2 pitch inside almost gets him. Second time Kirby Yates has almost hit a batter. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch, swing and pops it up. Will it stay in play? Murphy chases behind the plate, but it's going to bend into the seats. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, and that ball's belted high and deep into the seats. Just going to go foul down the left field line. It's 1-2. The closer for the Blue Jays is Romano. He pitched Wednesday. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and there's 2 away. In that game, Romano threw 28 pitches, but they had yesterday off, so he's probably good to go tonight. He's pretty highly regarded closer, but he does have a 3.6 ERA, so it's not like he's unhittable. First pitch on the way to Kirk is a fastball right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Righty-righty matchup and swing and bangs it foul. It's 0-2. Toronto 3, Braves nothing. Bottom of the 8th inning. The 0-2 pitch down below the knees, and it's 1-2. One-two pitch. Righty-righty matchup. On the way, swung on and grounded foul. Do it again at 1-2. So Kirby trying to get out of this with just the 3-run deficit. Due up in the 9th inning will be Olsen. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the splitter, and that'll end the inning. When we come back, the heart of the order, Olsen, Riley, and Murphy coming to the plate.
Hey, is that T-Bone?
No, there's no T-Bone.
Why no T-Bone?
Why no T-Bone?
Because Neil Watkins from accounting is T-Bone.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again. Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast. Not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
My kids, they don't help either, you know. My kids, they're real smart kids I got, you know. Yeah. But the other day I told my kid, I said, someday you'll have children of your own. He said, so will you. And my daughter, too, she's no bargain either, my daughter. You kidding? Well, she's been picked up so many times, she's starting to grow handles.
Armchair.
Why do you suppose people want to listen to you?
I think they know that I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be fair. I don't have a hidden agenda. Not many people on TV that you can say that about. The people like, you think our team sucks? I'm like, yeah, I only think that because they suck. It's just basketball. We're not solving inflation. We didn't just get back from Afghanistan.
Past 2 weeks, you've been reading about a bad Greg. Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. That I might have been given a bad break, but I've got an awful lot to live for.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, the Atlanta Braves. Toronto Blue Jays, it's 3-0. And Bassett is going to go back out there to try to get the complete game. First pitch is it right there, first strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch misses for a ball, 1-1. Bassett quickly back at it. The 1-1 pitch fouled out of play. It's 1-2. Bassett sitting with 6 strikeouts, 2 walks. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's hit hard, but right at the second baseman. Merrifield will flip it over to first, and it's a 4-3 putout. 1 away. So 1 down, and Austin Riley comes to the plate. Riley takes the first pitch way outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Right there for a strike. It's 1-1. One pitch from Bassett. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. 93 miles an hour on the outer edge. It's 1-2. Time is called by Riley. The 1-2 pitch. He lets it fly and swing and just got a piece of it to stay alive. Do it again. It's 1-2. One-two pitch. Bassett rocks and deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3, 94 miles an hour. And there's 2 away. So unbelievably, Bassett, who the Braves absolutely owned last fall, has came in here and mowed down the entire team. He's 1 out away from a complete game shutout, something you don't see much anymore. Sean Murphy stands in his way. Murphy's 0 for 3. The first pitch on the way, swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Oh, 1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Looked like the curveball. The Braves are down to their last strike. 2 outs. 2 strikes. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Went fishing. Could not even touch him. And that'll end the inning. That'll end the game. The Toronto Blue Jays win it 3-0. Chris Bassett, heck of a outing. Sometimes you just got to tip your cap to the other man. Spencer Strider had himself a very good game himself. You do wonder what might have happened, though the Braves never scored, so it may have been a moot point. But you wonder what might have happened had they left Strider in. You also wonder what might have happened. If you remember that first run that was scored, the inning should have been over. It was a strike on the outer edge of the plate, and home plate umpire Laz Diaz blew the call. And that led to the run, and the rest is history. So that's it. The Atlanta Braves win it, or lose it, excuse me. Living over here in dreamland. Atlanta Braves lose it 3-0. 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors for Toronto. No runs, 2 hits for the Atlanta Braves. Time of the game was 2 hours and 10 minutes. We'll call it 2 hours and 11 minutes. The Braves will fall to 25-13 on the year, still in first place, but the Mets have taken a 3-2 lead over the Washington Nationals. That game is in the 7th inning. That'll do it for us here in Braves country. We will be back on it tomorrow, 3:07 first pitch. Braves, Blue Jays. Bryce Elder goes to the hill for your Atlanta Braves. For all the guys and gals behind Braves Country Baseball, I'm Mac Magee. Y'all have a great Friday night.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and youtube.com/Braves Country. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love, and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand.
With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Well, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.